City Council meeting. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please silence your cell phones, and let's have a roll call, please.
Jerry DiTullio.
Here.
Bud Starker.
Present.
Zachary Urban.
Present.
Christy Davis.
Here.
Tim Fitzgerald. Here. George Pond.
Present.
Tracy Langworthy. Here. Genevieve Wooden.
Present.
Madam Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you. I have a couple of announcements before we begin the meeting. Item number 5, which is on the agenda regarding 38th Avenue and the TIF financing. Some of you, I noticed back there, had signed up for public speaking. We will not hold a full public hearing on this item tonight due to insufficient information from the applicant. When we reach item 5 on the agenda, I will ask for a motion to continue to our February 9th business meeting, where we will take testimony from the applicant, staff, and public comment. I'm announcing this now so that to give you an opportunity to leave or stay as you desire. That sounded like an order to leave. I didn't mean it that way. This is also an opportunity to announce we will be having a speaker at our next study session meeting, which is Monday, February 5, to review tax increment financing. The public is very welcome to attend. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Starker has told me it's the 2nd. That's correct. That is next Monday, the 2nd of February. And that starts, the study session normally starts at 6:30. Okay, my second announcement. I want to remind citizens that we have started another year of elections and candidates seeking such election. And those candidates will be announcing and holding independent public meetings. Anyone can hold a public meeting, just as in taking a public poll. Such independent meetings may or may not be attended by city officials, but it does not indicate in any way lack of interest in public opinion. Quite the contrary, we have created a venue for public comment at both council business meetings and study sessions, and we appreciate the information from our citizens at these official meetings. As needed going forward, city staff and elected officials will announce various city town hall meetings, coffees, task force gatherings, etc. As your elected officials, our goal is keeping you informed clearly and without hesitation regarding the basis for decisions we make in your behalf. Okay, that's enough of those announcements. I'm going to ask for approval of the minutes. Are there any changes to the minutes of January 12th or January 5th? Anyone? Hearing none, those minutes are approved as published. And now let's move to proclamations and ceremonies, starting with Chief Brennan. I believe you have a ceremony for us, or a proclamation?
Is Melanie Barr in the audience? Melanie Barr? All right. Well, we're going to do this anyway, Mayor. All right. Police Department has a citizen award we'd like to give out tonight. Melanie was supposed to be here to receive it, but since she's not, I want to take the opportunity to read it because this member of Jefferson County, the Jefferson County community, did a really honorable thing, and I think it's deserving of mention. So on Wednesday, November 13th, 2014, the temperatures in the metro area were brutally cold. The city shattered a 98-year-old record with a 6-degree high and nightly temperatures well below zero. The shelters were above capacity, and the homeless had nowhere to turn. My patrol officers were advised in a briefing that a private citizen, Melanie Barr, had offered to pay for motel rooms at the American Motel for people in need of shelter. Ms. Barr offered to respond to the motel at any hour if need be. Well, we got the opportunity that evening to take advantage of that when at 3:00 a.m., a homeless woman contacted Officer Dave Parametti huddled outside of the Walmart doors in Wheat Ridge, saying she was freezing to death. Officer Paramedi took advantage of the offer and contacted Mrs. Barr. Mrs. Barr cheerfully agreed to meet him at the motel. I'm not sure that any of us would like to get called at 3 o'clock in the morning, would we? But she responded from her residence in Evergreen and made good on her offer. She paid for 2 nights instead of 1 to help this homeless woman. Officer Paramedi had no doubt that the woman he contacted outside of the Walmart may well have frozen to death or needed hospitalization had Mrs. Barr not come forward with her generous offer. This was not the only incident involving Mrs. Barr. We later learned of another incident on another shift when another officer contacted her regarding a different homeless woman and had a similar experience. So on behalf of the Wheat Ridge Police Department, we want to recognize Mrs. Barr for her actions and award her with the Wheat Ridge Police Department Citizen Award and the Police Department Ceremonial Challenge Coin. The department thanks her for her willingness to become involved, her more than generous charitable offerings, and for making a positive difference in the lives of those less fortunate who live in our community. Thank you.
Let's hope that Ms. Barr did hear that. And we, of course, we will find her, and that proclamation will be given. We'll find her. The police chief will find her. Okay, this is now time for citizens' right to speak. Citizens who wish to speak on any matter not on the agenda for a maximum of 3 minutes and have signed the public comment roster, and it's coming forward right now.
So you're saying that speaking on item 5 is allowed?
No, I'm not saying that. Item 5 is an agenda item, but we are not taking any.
So no one can speak about it now or later?
When we have a full public hearing, which will be on, what was it, February 9th, is when we will take applicant, staff, and public comment on that one.
Even now, as a public citizen, I can't speak about it right now.
I'm sorry, sir, that is what we have to do to handle, to stay correct. Please, you would be very welcome to come and speak on February 9th, along with anyone else who would be wishing to speak on that item. Okay, I'm going to move on now to citizens' right to speak. Richard Squire. Oh, let's start. We're going to start with one of our school representatives is going to be here since we have a lot of people who want to speak tonight. We're going to start with the school representative, right?
Hi, I'm Genevieve Wooden, and I'm the chair of the Wheat Ridge Education Alliance. And we're a group of city officials, school principals, and citizens and school officials who are working on schools in the city of Wheat Ridge. And as part of this, we are wanting to promote and let citizens know about our local schools. And we've invited various principals that serve Wheat Ridge residents and schools. And tonight to speak, we have Ian Stone from Maple Grove Elementary.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Thanks so much, everyone, for showing up to hear me speak about Maple Grove Elementary tonight. I didn't expect such a crowd. I will keep it brief. Maple Grove, this is part of introducing you to the schools in our community. We are technically not in Wheat Ridge proper, but we're just across the way from Applewood Shopping Center, where Applejack Liquors is, just across the highway there, next to Manning Middle School. And we've got a neat little school there. It's been around for about 130 years, long-standing tradition. Actually used to be on the Wheat Ridge side of things, and just a stone's throw from Wheat Ridge. We're connected to Wheat Ridge through the Jeffco Wheat Ridge articulation area, so we feed into Everett Middle School and Wheat Ridge High School. Most of our families end up going to Manning Middle School, since it's a nice middle school in our neighborhood. But then we do have a lot of farmers and a lot of farmers in our community. So neat little school. We've got 2 classrooms per grade, 360 kids. K-6, public neighborhood school. Points of pride would be highly involved parent community, just got a lot of great parent involvement. We're fortunate to have some great academic achievement, which results in a nice long waiting list, unfortunately, of families that want to come in, but we don't have space for. And then one point of pride that I'd like to highlight that connects to some of the other schools in the Wheat Ridge area is our program for kids with hearing loss, deaf and hard of hearing. You may have heard from Vivian Elementary. They've got a program for kids that sign. Our kids have cochlear implants and hearing aids and can actually speak and hear English. They're just delayed, and so our program supports them in language acquisition. And then our 2 schools feed into Everett and then on into Wheat Ridge, so we've got a nice K-12 system for kids with hearing loss, and it's really nice to be able to support that community. And of course, in our neighborhood, it's pretty white and pretty affluent, so our center program adds a nice element of difference that brings some diversity to our community. I'm honored to have been there for 4 years. I think it's the greatest job in the world and just a neat little place to go to school. So thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you for your information on Maple Grove. Okay, I assume this is Richard. This is on Citizens' Right to Speak.
My name is Richard Squire. I'm the founder of Breckenridge Brewery. And in 1989, we built our first one. Today, we have over 14 restaurants. I live here. I really like the community. And I went to my company and I said, let's do a number here in Wheat Ridge. Just about that time, the changes had been started to be made on 38th Street. At that point, we knew right away that it was impossible to come in here and do the kind of volume necessary to spend $3-4 million on a restaurant. So I'm here to tell you that, and I'm pretty sure that anybody else that has that $3 or $4 million is going to feel exactly the same way, and is in the restaurant business. You need to do $400,000 a month in a restaurant to really cash it in and make somebody say, hey, I want to go there and build this place. To do that kind of business, you have trucks and cars and people and stuff like that. And you simply cannot do it with that street pinched off. Just impossible. So I'm asking, I guess, how come after this vote that I think the citizens pretty clearly said didn't want this 38th Street. So I'm asking, when are we going to make the changes that the citizens asked for?
Thank you. Vivian Voss, and then followed by Denise Spencer.
Good evening, Vivian Voss, VOS, 6920 West 47th Place. Well, I didn't know what Richard Squire was going to talk about, but here we are, both of us talking about the same thing. There is still interest in what's happening on 38th, and since nothing is happening, when is it going to happen, and what are we going to do? Citizens that are curious and asking and interested, we took the vote 3 months ago, and what's happening now? So we would like to hear from somebody in knowledge of what's happening. Are we redoing designs? Are we implementing the old ones? In December, there was consensus that you guys were going to approve the back-end parking going away, and I have not seen that happen yet on, I guess, restriping Sweat. And I think we also need to pay attention to everything in Wheat Ridge, business-wise. We've got 44th Avenue, we've got 29th Avenue, and excuse me if I missed any other avenue that's got major businesses on it, but it seems like there's interest and we need to follow up with it and let us know what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivian. And Denise Spencer, it's followed by John Clark.
My name's Denise Spencer, D-E-N-I-S-E, S-P-E-N-C-E-R. I live at 4581 Garland Street. I come here tonight as the legislative chair of the Pennington PTA. We are very concerned about the meeting we saw the City Council have with the Jefferson County School Board. We are concerned about the consolidation of our schools and losing more neighborhood schools. We think it's going to hurt our city. One of our other concerns that was not discussed, we are a Title I school. We do know, and we have had many conversations with our board, we have been ignored by the board to this point. that the current evaluation system they are using for our teachers and the rubric they are using does not take into consideration Title I schools and the demographics of a Title I school. Their future plans of using a pay-for-performance system will totally destroy a Title I school. You will drive teachers away from our school. We think their current evaluation system is driving teachers away from our school. We have asked for information from the Jefferson County schools to get information to prove our conclusions that yes, Title I schools not only have newer teachers, they have more inexperienced teachers because they are not considered under the evaluation rubric for 4 years. They get a pass time that they're not considered. Therefore, experienced teachers are leaving our Title I schools because of this current evaluation system they have implemented using SB 191. What the school board did not take into consideration under SB 191 was that they were supposed to take into consideration the demographics and the population of the school. They did not. Nowhere in their rubric do they take into consideration Title I schools and the needs of the children of those Title I schools and what a teacher has to do to teach in a Title I school. And we feel our teachers are being punished and will be unfairly evaluated. And thus they will leave because if they don't, they will get a poor performance, they will get a lesser salary, and they will get a lesser retirement. We will not get experienced teachers in Title I schools. More than half the schools in Wheat Ridge are Title I schools. This policy is hurting our city. It is hurting us now. It is hurting my school. We believe the pay-for-performance policy they are proposing will be 10 times worse. But we believe we are being affected now. We would like our city council to look into this situation and express our concerns to our school board, which
Denise,
we have
you're
already,
close
2
on
months
time.
ago, we talked to them about these issues. They told us to come up with our own evaluation system as a PTA and present it to them. I, as an elementary school, do not come up with a rubric. That's their job. I don't get paid for it.
Thank you. John Clark? We have a lot of public comment tonight, and I do ask you to be respectful of the council's concentration on each speaker and no outcries or clapping or any of that fun stuff. Thanks.
My
John,
name is
Mr.
John
Clark,
Clark.
and your address, please.
Yes, I'm a proud resident of District 4. And I was kind of busy at work today, so I really didn't have a lot on my
But your street address, please.
4665 Swadley.
Thank you.
I also own some rental properties over in District 2. As long as we're going with the education theme, though, I'll swing with the education and start out with how proud I am of the Wheat Ridge High School STEM program. Their engineering department is building a car, hydrogen fuel cell powered car, and they are going to compete in Detroit, Michigan in April. So the best of luck to them. It's a great program. Chuck Sprague over there has brought in some great talent, and they're doing great things. And my oldest son is part of that program. So, my youngest son over at Stober they're going to Ameritown, and that's a big civics. I don't know if everybody knows what Ameritown is. It's a big civics lesson. And he ran in his class in the primary for mayor and won. And he came home and informed me that he was hiring me to run the general election for him to be his campaign manager. I think he was pleased with the turnout with 2A and 2B. So I am. If you see any signs or stickers or yard signs or T-shirts that say Clark for mayor, it's not for me. It's for my son. The only other thing I really got on education is I went to the Jefferson High School plan meeting over at one of the Edgewater schools, and heard about the plan, and it is what it is. I know it's going to affect some Wheat Ridge schools, but what worries me more is the plan I'm hearing from the Wheat Ridge Education Alliance, and I don't know if that plan's DOA at this point. From what I've heard, there's a lot of stuff going on with it. If you haven't heard about it, please educate yourself. There's a lot of stuff that's being said that's just not true. So educate yourself. If anybody's got any questions about it, I'm more than happy to answer any questions. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Connie McCoy, followed by Mary, I'm sorry, I can't quite make it out, Fedge, I believe. C-O-Y.
Bonnie McCoy,
Okay.
live at 3475 Estes Street. Councilman Fitzgerald, while I don't intend to get into a debate, I'd like to point out some of the inaccuracies in your response. The citizen of Colorado did not overwhelmingly vote for Amendment 64. It was a 10% difference or a 1 vote swing for every 20 voters. As you point out, Amendment 64 was a vote to legalize marijuana. I am not disputing that. I'm disputing the second part of what we voted for when voting to approve Amendment 64. And that was the right for each community to determine for itself if Amendment 64 or if recreational marijuana retail and production should be allowed in our community. City Council did not provide us, the citizens of the community, the opportunity to exercise that constitutional right, which was also a part of Amendment 64. You are so focused on implementing the first part of 64 and totally disregard the second. Please justify this stance. The comparisons you draw between marijuana and alcohol have no contextual relevance whatsoever. Alcohol prohibition was attempted after centuries of legalization. Attempting alcohol prohibition was akin to not just swimming upstream, but trying to swim up Niagara Falls. In a twisted irony, we are now trying to do the exact same thing with marijuana legalization. No place in the world is a marijuana industry so prevalent and so accommodated as it is here in Colorado. We did not change the world's mind in the 20s relative to alcohol prohibition, and we are likely not to succeed trying to do the opposite with marijuana legalization today. Nevertheless, this is a moot point, as I am not questioning the legality of possession, but rather the exploitation of the industry by way of commercialization. The Denver Post poll you reference also reported that almost a quarter of the respondents were marijuana users. That's 2.5 times the actual rate in the state of about 8 to 10%, give or take, as reported by the Denver Post and a variety of other surveys and polls. Can a survey with such disparity be considered representative of the general consensus of the state? I don't think so. All other polls and surveys have indicated a decline in support of Amendment 64 if it was voted on today. This trend is further supported by the fact that 80% of the communities that put it to a vote of the people in November voted to prohibit. It is incorrect. I get Mary's 3 minutes.
Yeah, you did. Actually, Mary, I went ahead and let you go ahead and not Mary, you're Connie, aren't you? Can finish, although the subject was on marijuana, which would not be appropriate for this particular part of public comment. And your time is up as well. So.
So I can't take Mary's time?
Oh, you were going to take, no, actually, the next person's time? No, you would have to declare that, I feel, before you started. So you had signed up 2 names and you were going to take both of those times?
Right.
Is Mary not here?
I'm here, she's here.
Mary, did you want to take your own time?
No, I'd like her to take mine.
You'd like her to take your, however, the subject is on marijuana, which is not appropriate for this particular time slot. I think I'm going to go ahead and let you finish because you might as well as versus later on, but it's kind of a reminder to others to please leave that commentary for the appropriate agenda item.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. It is incorrect to make a blanket statement that marijuana used by these under 21 have not changed. That is absolutely inaccurate for all but one narrow age group over a very short window of time. From 2012 to 2013, one specific age group reported a use rate that went from 22% to 20%, statistically insignificant and within the margin of error, as you point out. This while use among all the age groups increased. Further, use among all age groups increased when considered or when compiled over the reliable time periods. Most all addiction specialists will tell you that that an increase in social acceptability and prevalence combined with a decrease in perceived harm will increase use, despite what you might be exacting from one relatively statistically insignificant survey. This increase may not hit us in the face in the first 6 months of retail sales, but mark my words, we are in an experiment that will prove out. I also wanted to comment, my husband and I were at the Jefferson County Courthouse this morning. We had a mail theft. Somebody took mail out of our mailbox, and there were 3 checks in there for bills to be paid. And it took us about 3 weeks to figure it out. They found the girl that did it. She's 26 years old, and we're going to have to go back the 23rd of February. I wanted to see what she looked like, and I wanted to know why she was doing it. While we were sitting there watching all of this going on, 9 men, the youngest was 18, were there before the judge, and they were being charged with crimes: burglary, assault, break-ins, and every one of them was drug-related. And this girl that stole our mail was a heroin user. And to look at her, she's 26 years old, and she looked like she was 16. And their lives were ruined. I mean, 8 out of 9 of them went to prison today. And it just makes you sick to think that this drug thing is ruining people's lives. And a lot of people don't realize that. They may start with marijuana, but then they go on to others. And most of them were into heroin. And one guy was arrested for paraphernalia in his car. He had oxycodone, he had little baggies, and he was selling. And it just makes me sick to think that, you know, we're into the marijuana in this city, and these kids are going to get started on it, and they're going to end up in the court system. But I just wanted to say that because it was an eye-opener for us. I mean, to sit there and listen to all of this, and you just shake your head. Like,
Thank you. Connie, your time is up now. Tom Lundy, and then are you referring to the speaker? Yeah. Please, other speakers, please speak directly into the mic. May I have Tom Lundy? Oh, you were the, all right. Okay, Sharm, I'm sorry.
My name is Sharon Schillereth,
Sharon?
and I live at 7780 West 38th Avenue, number 404. And I will make it real fast. We had the election in November regarding the 38th Avenue. And it is now the end of January, and we have yet to see any design or proposal to return the street to its original design, meaning the 5 lanes. I would like to know when that's going to happen. We would like to see some dates, some proposals, whatever you are going to offer us. We would like to see them now, not in another 3 months, another 6 months. That's too long, and we've had enough. So that is my question. When will we be seeing that? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Jesse Hill, followed by Dina Lino.
My name is Jesse Hill, live at 2995 Chase Street. I'm here tonight to speak as a citizen. I also happen to sit on the Urban Renewal Authority of Wheat Ridge. I am not speaking on their behalf. I'm here tonight to improve generally the process of how we do business in Wheat Ridge. On January 9th, I submitted a Colorado Open Records request to view the original contents of a TIF application that was submitted to the city mid-November for the property at 38th and Wadsworth of the Walmart property. Just happens to be something on the agenda tonight, so it's not really related directly to the contents that you guys will be discussing later. Unfortunately, though, staff has misinterpreted the law, the Colorado Open Records Act, and unfortunately used a loophole to deny my request that a redacted copy of this TIF application be a public document. It's something that personally I can't do my job as a citizen or as a board member when it comes to the details of these documents, the initial application that this developer turned in. You know, right now that document's held back in closed doors, back in City Hall. And I'm trying to really get that out in the community so that it becomes a transparent, open part. I try and give to the community here. I'm a professional engineer. I manage, develop, and build multi-million-dollar projects. I got a lot to give to the development of Wheat Ridge here. So the citizens elect you and trust that you have appointed boards, review and vet these things, and ask the important questions out there as these projects. And they really do involve the scarce resources we have here in Wheat Ridge and massive amounts of potential tax revenues. These are not light things to, you know, be consented upon. And so, you know, I ask, you know, the process that's happening is not a full public process or even a full vetted, in my opinion. I might get 3 days or nights to review all this document before it's got to come to me to a vote. So I ask you to direct staff to make all future initial TIF applications available to the public. This is a very easy thing you can do. We do all kinds of public documents like this. And when you see that happen, you're going to be amazed at all the public light that will come for future urban renewal projects and TIF developments out there. I ask you to, let's bring some sunshine to this TIF process coming out here and transparency to it all. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Once again, I do ask you to refrain from clapping and various noises. This must be Dina.
This is Deanna Leno, 3712 Allison Street. And I too am talking about the 38th Avenue redesign. In the last 2 weeks, I narrowly missed getting hit when it goes from 2 lanes across Wadsworth and squeezes into 1 lane. Twice, people cut me off totally, and if I didn't stop, I would have been creamed. So I too would like to know how many months, years it's going to take to get the street back to where it was when it was a lot easier to navigate. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanna. I believe that's the end of public comment at this time. Oh, we have another one? Oh. This is Tom Lundy.
Tom Lundy, 3500 Allison Street. And I'm here to actually sort of emphasize and reiterate Jesse's point. The city of Wheat Ridge has created many policies and followed many paths that are actually serving to create distrust of the council among the citizens. For example, the suspiciously minded might view my not being able to talk about my subject as speech being quashed by classifying a subject being simultaneously agenda and non-agenda, thereby leaving no reasonable place to speak. And of course, you know, and I have to say that in terms of, you know, opacity of procedural and especially decision making, the city is really falling down. And I think if you look back and take some stock of what people are thinking, this level of mistrust is probably the reason that 2A and 2B didn't pass in November after leading by enormous margins earlier. And I would ask you to contemplate these things and also to consider them in the context of the upcoming elections. And I would also ask that you should provide more careful guidance to involved citizens. For example, I actually stopped by the city office this afternoon and I was told, and it was probably innocently, that I would be able to speak to the agenda item and ask for postponement, indefinite postponement tonight. And apparently that's not the case. And once again, this is just the sort of thing that breeds mistrust, even if it's just an innocent mistake. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry to hear that there is mistrust, because I think the city really does try to be very transparent in these meetings and all future meetings.
Yes, certain draft documents are not considered to be public documents and open to public information requests. So when this particular request came in, we did have to review it with our city attorney's office relative to where this application fell in that process.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm pleased to introduce the consent agenda, which is item 1 and has a number of items in it. Item 1A is Resolution 05-2015, approving an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Lakewood and the City of Wheat Ridge for Crime Lab crime scene services and authorizing payment of $69,600 for calendar year 2015. Item 1B is Resolution 06-2015, amending the fiscal year 2015 general fund budget to reflect the approval of a supplemental budget appropriation in the amount of $62,000 for specific code enforcement strategies. Item 1C is a motion to approve the purchase of 5 vehicle replacements, 1 additional vehicle, and purchase and installation of lighting and auxiliary and communications equipment in a total amount not to exceed $248,411. Item 1D, Resolution 02-2015, amending the fiscal year 2015 general fund budget to reflect the approval of a supplemental budget appropriation in the amount of $20,256 for the renewal of the 2015 contract to support WRTV8 Community Bulletin Board software. Item number 1E, Resolution 01-2015, adopting changes to the Wheat Ridge investment policy. Item 1F, motion to approve the annual renewal of licensing and support for a computer-aided dispatch and records management system in the amount of $85,993, payable to Logistic Systems Incorporated. Item 1G, motion to approve $179,172 payment to Jefferson County for the reimbursement of funding for the Foothills Animal Shelter facility. Item 1F, motion to approve payment of the sales tax increment shareback for December of fiscal year 2014 from the Wheat Ridge Urban Renewal Authority Town Center Project in the amount of $41,312.80 to Renewal Wheat Ridge. Item 1I, Motion 04-2015, amending the fiscal year 2014 general fund budget to reflect the approval of a supplemental budget appropriation in the amount of $58,417.91 for the annual sales tax share to Renewal Wheat Ridge.
May I have a motion, please?
You want me to-
I'd like to pull item G, 1G.
So the vote will be on items, all items except item E.
G.
G.
Thank you, boys and girls. Which is motion to approve payment Jefferson County for reimbursement of funding the Foothills Animal, is that correct? Okay. So I need a motion
Would
on
you like me
those.
to repeat all of those?
No, I don't think so.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move to approve on the consent agenda item 1A, item 1B, item 1C, item 1D, item 1E, item 1F, item 1H, and item 1I.
Second.
Who is the second, please? Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you. I pulled item G, which is a motion to approve $179,000 to the Jefferson County Foothills Animal Shelter. When I was still mayor, the council had agreed to fund the Foothills Animal Shelter with dollars from licensing fees for dogs and pets. And a nonprofit was created to raise money for that organization, and that was a joint agreement with a lot of Jefferson County cities. Obviously, this nonprofit somewhere dropped the ball. They didn't earn the $1 million that they were going to create for the nonprofit to give to the Foothills Animal Shelter. Now the cities are footing the total bill for the building out of the Foothills Animal Shelter. While I have no problem with the Foothills Animal Shelter, I think that we've had no explanation of why they couldn't meet their obligations. I know it was a downtime during the economy, but when the nonprofit was abolished and the new nonprofit came in, that nonprofit did not to pick up the slack and try to fundraise for the $179,000. So at this time, there's been no explanation from staff, no explanation from Jefferson County. There was an article about this in the Denver Post, and that's where we get most of our information now, from the Denver Post to Austin Briggs. So at this point, I'm not going to support this. Somebody else will have to make the motion for approval.
I move that we approve item 1G. A motion to approve $179,172 in payment to Jefferson County for reimbursement of funding for the Foothills Animal Shelter facility.
Second.
I actually asked about this during the budget process because it was in there for the budget process. And I think it wouldn't hurt to have more information. I think one of my questions was the amount that we're distributing, is it equal to our population and distributed by city? So Arvada would pay a certain amount, Wheat Ridge would pay a certain amount. And my understanding is that it's the same amount by city. So I would like to table this for more information and further discussion by council.
Okay. Madam Mayor, I move to indefinitely postpone to a study session the motion to approve the $179,172 to a future study session.
I'll second that, but I just wanted to clarify with the city attorney to include the language indefinitely postpone would indicate an inability to raise that question again, correct?
Yes, if you indefinitely postpone, you're sort of,
okay.
you're
So
not
I'll-
approving.
Yeah, I see.
Probably a more appropriate motion would be.
So I'll move to
table.
continue it to a study session before we comes back to a council meeting.
If that's okay with the second.
That was Mr.
Oh, you did, I'm sorry.
I'll second that.
Are we at discussion? Can we discuss? Okay. Okay. I'd also like to ask the city attorney, are we under a contractual agreement for this?
It's been a while since I've seen that IGA.
Okay.
And I'll confess that if I'd known this question was going to come up, I would have brought that IGA. It's doubtless something that if you take it to the next study session, we'll have time, even if the IGA has some kind of requirement for the city. There's going to be time for us to bring that IGA to the study session and evaluate whether and to what extent you've got the flexibility to not fund this. I think there's enough time, and while I don't have the IGA here, I can at least tell you that you've got enough time to do this as long as we get it to a fairly prompt study session.
Okay, but the other Jefferson County cities are under the same, we did an intergovernmental agreement, and we were all wanting to support the Foothills Animal Shelter in that aspect.
Can I take a minute to?
Sure, sure.
while Mr. Dahl is reviewing that, I would just note that Ms. Davis's question is correct, that they were, the terms of the IGA to backstop the foundation's fundraising efforts were such that each of the communities that were participating partners to the IGA had equal payments due. It was not based on population. And you know, how that is worked in different IGAs varies. You know, in some cases it's pro rata based on population. In some cases it's equal parts for all the participating communities. It just varies as negotiations. Exactly. Yes.
And in your council packet, the chief gives me one of the pages from your council packet. It's the same page that has the motions, it looks like, above, and it quotes from the IGA section 2C. The section 1D of the facility funding IGA shall be amended to provide that the final payment of the remaining balance is due January 1, 2015, and shall be divided equally among Arvada, Lakewood, Wheat Ridge, Golden, Westminster. The municipal parties shall make the final payments to the county no later than January 31, 2015. So you have an IGA that, you know, you could certainly choose not to fund it, and then that probably has effect on your ability to participate in the shelter. But I'm trying to think when this IGA came before the council. Do you recall?
It was several years ago that the IGA came when they made the move from the Table Mountain Animal Shelter to this new Foothills Animal Shelter facility. So it's at least 3-4 years old in regards to that. If I may, Madam Mayor, just to touch on a little bit, Heather Geyer, our Administrative Services Department Director, sits on that particular board. The police department's not involved in that anymore. What I can share with council is that the Foothills nonprofit board that entered into this agreement was not able to fulfill its obligations. It was not able to raise all of that funding, and in fact disbanded within the last 18 months as a board. There has been a new nonprofit put together. I'm not sure of the details of their particular fundraising requests, but there was a feeling that they were not going to be able to meet these obligations as they were in the process of reforming. Thus, that particular IGA paragraph that said that if that amount couldn't be raised by January 31st, 2015, the participating city agencies would participate in that. The Foothills Animal Shelter is critical to our success as a city and a law enforcement organization when it comes to finding shelter for animals that we run across, or to house animals that we find, or even animals that are involved in vicious attacks on people. And I'm not quite sure how the police department would be able to fulfill its obligation if we didn't have the capability of using that particular shelter. Thank you. Yeah. I just want to say I do think the agreement is patently unfair. We are the smallest city, I think, in the agreement. All the other cities are much larger, and their share is the same as ours. So it is patently unfair to us. And it would be wonderful if we could renegotiate this or talk about this in some way. But the bottom line is we have a legal contract to pay this, as far as I can see. So I would not object to delaying this and talking about it in study session, and I would not object to trying to reopen this, but the bottom line is I think we have a legal contract.
So my motion to continue this to a study session simply is that for us to discuss two things. One would be to find out what happened, because we had a contract and that group is gone now. That nonprofit that was supposed to be raising funds has been abolished. Secondly, if we can actually renegotiate the contract, because Wheat Ridge is a lot smaller than Arvada and Lakewood, if they're all paying $179,000, I mean, I guess I take a little bit of exception to what the chief is saying, because we're not saying don't fund them. I think we're saying let's look at this and fund them appropriately for the city of our size. And so that's my motion, I think, will stand, that I'm saying let's take it to a study session as soon as we can, talk about it in a thoughtful way, in a holistic way, maybe come up with a price or a dollar amount that matches what the city of Wheat Ridge can afford, and based on other sides of the city. So that's my motion still.
I just have a question. So, Mr. Dahl, if we have a contract that we entered into, what are the potential repercussions if we don't make this payment as agreed to in the IGA? Sorry.
Scanning it really quickly, a non-appropriation, which is really what this would be, is an event of default under the IGA. I noticed really quickly there's a 30-day cure period. If you don't appropriate tonight, you're obligated to by January 31st. 30-day cure period would be just after the end of February. So to the extent you had your study session in February, could look at this, make a determination about whether you wanted to reschedule it and pay it, or make the determination that you didn't. I think that gives you that time to do that, but if that time runs, then non-appropriation means you're out of the, you no longer have access to the facility because that's what you've been paying for. It would be my advice, honestly, this came up without me knowing that you'd have these concerns. It'd be my advice that if you were to go to a study session, let's schedule it early. There's one next week. We can bring the information to you, and that you can be well armed then for your next council meeting on the 9th of February to choose to either appropriate or not. But you'd have a better sense of what the consequences are. The chief has outlined some, but I would not want to delay it any longer. I do think under the IGA with the 30-day cure period, that will buy you enough time to have the conversation that clearly you want to have about it, but I wouldn't take it any longer than that. So, you can go ahead, if the motion is to table or move to a study session tonight, I think you've got the time to do that. And then we can staff it up for you so that you have a better sense than what we've been able to come up with here tonight about what your considerations are.
What would you think that we'd be looking for, 45 minutes to an hour to discuss that? 30 minutes? Mr. Dahl?
I think so. I don't think it'd take very long to describe what the IGA does for the city, and the chief can elaborate for the department on the department's reliance on the facility, and then be up to you to decide what questions you have.
Oh, the only point I would like to make is if this does pass, that staff would, in the meantime, contact whoever's in charge of this IGA now and see if there's some negotiating and that we could actually renegotiate part of this for our size of a city as an option. So when we discuss this on the study session, that we can come back and say we can't or we can and renegotiate the IGA. It's old. It was 2 councils ago, and maybe at this time they'll be willing to negotiate because that nonprofit disbanded. So that would be one thing, is that if it does pass tonight, I would ask that staff contact who's ever in charge of this now and see if negotiations is in order.
Well, we can certainly try to do that, but let's remember it's an IGA between local governments, so that who's in charge of it is not staff persons, it's other councils like you.
That's what I'm saying, contact who's ever in the office.
And they meet on irregular schedules like yours. They're not as easy to contact as calling them up on the phone. What we'll do is we'll talk to the staff in those communities and get a sense of their feelings about the cost sharing formula, and that I think is probably the heart of what is of concern to you. And
that's what I'm asking for, is the city managers or whoever's on this committee.
So what I'm hearing is that the question before us now is whether we want to put this on the table for a study session. There'll be some problems with timeliness, and we cannot afford to lose affording it in the sense that we need the service continuing on. So we would have to act on it pretty quickly.
I think the motion is to continue to the February 2nd study session. Is that the motion? All right.
Motion carries 7-1 with Councilmember Pond voting no.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce Council Bill number 02-2015, an ordinance amending chapters 5, 11, and 26 of the Wheat Ridge Code of Laws concerning the regulation of medical marijuana establishments and retail marijuana establishments at issue. Since August of 2014, the city has been operating under a temporary moratorium on marijuana-related businesses. The moratorium was imposed to permit City Council time to study and evaluate the city's existing local regulations governing such businesses. The council has completed its evaluation. This ordinance addresses the following main points. Establish a cap on the maximum number of marijuana-related businesses allowed in the city. Designate all storefront operations where the public may purchase marijuana as a special use in the C1 zone district. Limit cultivation activities to a maximum of 5,000 square feet. Designate cultivation facilities as the same type of use, special or permitted, as the contiguous storefront or manufacturing facility they serve. Impose a separation requirement 1,000 feet from storefront operations to the Wheat Ridge Rec Center and improved city parks. Incorporate certain state regulations concerning signage and establish a review process for such signage, and repeal the existing moratorium on marijuana-related businesses. Council also directed staff to develop a mechanism under which the council is notified of the following events concerning marijuana-related businesses. 1, application is made for a new special use permit, and 2, application is made to modify or transfer an existing licensed business. Staff has developed a proposed mechanism further described below and determined that it does not require modification of the code or inclusion in this ordinance.
Madam Mayor, point of order, I'd like to rise to a point of privilege here. Someone has their cell phone on and it keeps whistling, and I'm asking that you would please remind them again to turn their cell phone off while we're having this meeting. Thank you.
Staff report? Oh, sorry. Open the public hearing.
This will be ordinance number 1563.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The summary read by Councilmember Pond was pretty thorough, and we intended for that because there's a fair amount of things in this particular ordinance. And as council's aware, and I think the audience is as well, there's a second ordinance, item number 3, which is exclusively about co-location of retail and medical marijuana facilities. And there's a separate sign-up sheet for that, and I see that plenty of people have signed up for that. So, but I do want to say that the co-location is that second ordinance. This ordinance is, probably the best way to say it is a tune-up of the existing medical and retail marijuana regulations the city has had for some time as a result of a fair amount of citizen input and council study sessions on this topic, and it's resulted in the list of changes that Councilmember Pond read. I want to make a couple notes about them and then draw your attention to some additional amendments that staff is proposing, and also to the report from the Planning Commission. Planning Commission is required to review ordinances that amend Chapter 26, the zoning ordinance, and there are a couple of sections, one at least in here, that amends Chapter 26, and therefore you have a Planning Commission recommendation. Importantly, this ordinance does establish caps on the number of permitted marijuana-related businesses. And as council's aware, and you'll see in the ordinance, those caps are as follows. It's 3 for marijuana-infused products manufacturers, and that's the cap or the limit. And as at the present time, that's how many there are in the city. And 5 with respect to any kind of storefront operation, whether it be a medical marijuana dispensary or store, or a retail marijuana store, or frankly a co-located marijuana dispensary and store, and there are some of those. The co-location ordinance coming up later, number 3, would allow additional co-location, but would not, of course, increase the number of storefronts that would be in the city, whether they be medical or retail. And I think it's important to kind of mention those numbers for everyone's knowledge. As well, the limit to cultivation activities of 5,000 square feet is important. In the city, cultivation can only take place in association with a storefront operation. You can't have a freestanding grow operation in the city, and I think people are aware of that. But that has meaning for the 5,000 square foot limitation. I want to draw your attention to the additional amendments that the staff has put forward, and you'll see there on attachment 2, it's called Exhibit A. Looks like this, and those amendments are described in the staff report. If you have that page, as usual, there's one typo, and as you know, what this ordinance does is amends both the retail and the medical, and there's a lot of parallelism here. Same language that we put in the medical chapter gets put in the retail chapter. That always leads to the danger that you're going to miss something, and that was true in Exhibit A, whereas in that first section it talks about the total combined gross square footage of an optional premises cultivation operation, and any retail marijuana, it should be in any medical, because you'll notice later in Section 4 of that same Exhibit A, it talks about retail, doesn't it? And you want to make sure that we make the parallel change in both. And really what that amendment is doing is saying it doesn't matter if you've got a co-located operation, medical plus retail. That doesn't mean 10,000 square feet of grow. It still means 5. You don't get 5,000 square feet for your medical side of the house and 5 for the retail side of the house. It's 5. That's the number. We were asked, that we got some input on that and feel that was important. A couple of other things while we're on that amendment. We've dealt with the 5,000 square feet item. Number 2 on that Exhibit A is amending, and it's repeated for both medical and retail, emphasizes that the property owner, we're deleting some language that makes it clear. We thought it was, but I think it's a good fix to make it clear that the property owner can't somehow override the city's sign code ordinance and say, yeah, that's fine, you can do handbills at this shopping center if you're a tenant in that shopping center. We don't allow that already, but there was some kind of awkward language, we thought, and removing that language helps to do that. There was a typo. That's what Section 3 is all about. Section 4 is just, again, the same kind of repeat that we needed to do for all of them. Number 7 in that list of changes, it confirms that to the extent there's a non-conforming establishment, it may not resume in the same location if it's been discontinued for 6 months or greater. Our usual rule, as you're aware, in the city is 12 months, but this shortens that period for non-conforming marijuana establishments that are, say, too close to a park or a school or any of the other distance limitations, and they go out of business for 4 months. That's fine, they can come back, but after 6 months, you can't resume that non-conforming use. Other non-conforming uses in the city get 12 months, and I think you're aware of that. I'm sure there are other questions, and there may be questions coming up as a result of the testimony, but I wanted to give you that thumbnail sketch. Planning Commission has recommended the approval of that Exhibit A, and they have gone on to also recommend that the council delete language in the main ordinance that imposes a distance limitation, an additional distance limitation from improved parks to the Wheat Ridge Recreation Center. That's not a part of the staff recommendation, but it is the Planning Commission recommendation. I want to draw your attention to it. Be happy to answer any questions, or you can launch into testimony.
Mr. Starker has a question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Dahl, as I then understand the square footage in the 5,000 feet, if you have a medical facility and a retail facility and a grow operation that supports that, the total aggregate size of that facility is 5,000 feet maximum. And that would include the sales areas and the restroom facilities and the circulation areas and the grow areas all together.
No, it'd be 5,000 feet for the grow operation.
Well, I sure read it a different way, I got to tell you that. Because the total combined gross square footage of an optional premise cultivation operation and any retail marijuana cultivation facility may not exceed 5,000 square feet.
I'm correct that it's, he's correct, right? Okay. For the grow. Okay. During testimony, we can certainly, I'll huddle with Ken, we can make certain that's our intention, but otherwise what you'd have would be no space at all to, probably to have your retail. If the grow, you know, you just wouldn't be able to do all of that in the same 5,000 square feet. I see what you're saying. I don't think that that's
okay.
Let me take Exhibit A and read it into context with the ordinance itself and see if I can get you an answer.
Yeah, Mr. Fitzgerald.
When you said combined, you were talking about combined retail and medical. Is that how you were using the word combined?
No, what I'm saying is if you have a retail operation and a medical marijuana sales operation, the grow operation that supports that can't be greater than 5,000 square feet in area.
Okay, I'm still not understanding though, because this does talk about combined total, and Mr. Starker's question, I think, was about whether that included the office area and the restrooms.
Right.
And you're saying no. So if the
my
answer is no,
understanding.
what does combined mean?
Well, that's what I'm going to.
If I might, the intent of this, and my read of the language is that that it works for me in terms of my understanding of it, but that the cultivation aspects of a retail or a medical is limited to 5,000 square feet. The cultivation aspects, to the extent it's a co-located facility with cultivation for both retail and medical, the combined square footage of the two cultivation facilities cannot exceed 5,000 square feet. And Jerry and I can take a look at this language, but I believe the language in Exhibit A under Section 1 as amended and Section 4 as amended, and perhaps I'll read it, does do that. So the total combined gross square footage of any optional premises cultivation operation and any retail marijuana cultivation facility co-located therewith may not exceed 5,000 square feet on the licensed premises.
In both cases, cultivation is, the retail and the medical is modified with the word cultivation. So that distinguishes it, Councilmember Starker, from the retail storefront. So when you say retail cultivation, you're saying the cultivation operation that supports the retail. You're saying medical cultivation, you're saying the cultivation operation that supports the medical storefront. But you're not saying the square footage in that storefront where the sales are made.
I don't think
Are we there yet?
clear
Nope.
And that's the actual area occupied by the plants?
Yes, occupied by the growing operation.
By the growing operation.
Because and we have, as you know, regulations on the growing operation separately and independently.
Ms. Wooden.
I'm just wondering, do we have definitions of that storefront area?
For that would
Have
just
we-
be that's a
have we-
business.
Okay.
So we'd have within that zone district, you know, we don't have size limitations on the size of that business, just like you wouldn't on the size of a dry cleaners or anything else. You know, that's the store operation square foot is constrained by the setbacks and other, you know, restrictions in that zone district.
I just wonder if that's a gray area that we may need to look at. If they have 5,000 square feet storefront, 5,000 square feet cultivation, how would that be monitored or regulated by the city? Would we inspect that, or how would that?
Sure, the city would have the right to inspect to make certain that the grow operation was not in excess of 5,000 square feet.
Okay.
With respect to the front of the house, the store
Okay.
portion of the house, that's no different than telling a restaurant or a dry cleaners or a business, you know, you've got too many offices here for this veterinary. You know, unless the city were to decide it wants now to also regulate the size of the store, the regulations for the size of the store are a result of the setbacks, the building code requirements, other things like that, but that's not specific to marijuana stores. That would just be relevant to any commercial business that operates a retail operation. Can we go back to this combined business for a minute? I'm really confident that if you look at Exhibit A, the total combined gross square footage of a retail and just skipping some words, retail cultivation facility. The cultivation facility doesn't talk about the storefront, plus any optional premises cultivation operation, which is the medical cultivation, may not exceed 5,000 square feet. In both cases, it's not referring to the front of the house. It's only referring to the grow operation, and I'll tell you, I'm confident about that.
Mr. Pond?
Just two questions, I guess. You mentioned words needed to be added to this. I just want, am I correct on that, that there's a couple of words missing? Medical?
No, in section 1 of Exhibit A,
right,
second line, it says premises cultivation operation and any retail. That should be medical.
Retail should be changed to medical.
Yeah, because as we've discussed, we were trying to do parallelism here, and you copy it in Word and then you forget to change one term to the other.
And then just for clarification, the reason why this distinction is being made in this way, I believe, I just want clarification, but in a co-located facility, the requirement is that the cultivation operations are separate or separated.
That's correct.
Okay.
But we felt strongly, and it was asked, well, gee, if you got two operations in the same street address, how about 10,000 square feet? And the answer is no, it's 5.
Mr. Upham, Mr. Urban.
Thank you. The second to last sentence or line or sentence on that first section of Exhibit A, where it talks about the licensed premise.
Yes.
Exhibit A,
yes,
section
okay.
1.
Mm-hmm.
So when it talks about the licensed premise, that suggests that you're talking about the medical license or the retail license as sort of separated, but does the term co-located above that separate that out so that it's understood that because those could be two separately licensed premises co-located in the same place? What I'm concerned about is that if you read that, it says not to exceed 5,000 square feet on the licensed premise, see section 26-204. That's suggesting that on one licensed premise you could have 5,000, on the other licensed premise you could have 5,000.
Sure. Fair question. I read licensed premise to be the entire operation.
Co-located or not.
That's correct, yeah.
That's what, there may need to be some kind of modifier there on the licensed premise to suggest that, I don't know.
In an excess of caution, you could certainly say on the entire licensed premise in both places. I'd be fine with that. And I absolutely see the concern you raise. And I think it does no harm and would help, and we can add that when we get around to making a motion later on tonight. If we get there, I'll make a note and we can make sure that when you adopt Exhibit A, if you do, that we'll adopt it with those corrections.
Are we through with questions then of?
I guess
Well?
I do have one question. With respect to the Planning Commission's comments on this particular ordinance, is it a customary procedure for us to seek comments on pending legislation that's already gone past first reading, or what was the lead up to having that body review this in the middle of our legislative process?
Fair enough. Ken might want to speak to the timing, but the code requires that changes to Chapter 26 be reviewed by the Planning Commission. And so this went to them. Frankly, a small part only of this ordinance is related to Chapter 26, but nevertheless, because of that, it went to them for their recommendation. Occasionally, this does happen, that we've had first reading, and then realize, or the scheduling is such that we know we need to check the planning commission box and get that reviewed before you see it at your hearing. And in the years I've been here, there's not been a real concern with occasionally having the planning commission review take place after first reading, because there's no, second reading is where you have the majority of discussion. And so in this case, that's how it happened. Often we're able to go to planning commission first on I'd say on a more of a straight up chapter 26 zoning matter. This is not that much about chapter 26.
Understand that. And then
Yeah, I would just echo all those thoughts. It's not our preference. We would certainly prefer to have first reading occur after a planning commission recommendation comes forward, to give city council the full opportunity to kind of take that recommendation and go with it or not, or at least give it fair consideration, which of course you can this evening. But in this case, you know, given the moratorium and the need to move aggressively at council's direction on this ordinance and these amendments, we felt like it was appropriate in this instance to do it in this manner, which, as Mr. Dahl states, we do occasionally when we think the matter is pressing.
Okay. And what was the vote on the planning commission to approve those recommendations?
It was 4-3.
Mr. Fitzgerald?
I'm correct that this is, or am I correct, that this is only a recommendation to us?
That's right. You're the,
So there's no binding, there's
No.
nothing binding about this?
not at all. You're the
I'd like
decider.
to speak against that particular thing. Although I have been against that particular issue in the past, what we have before us now is an exquisitely negotiated, carefully negotiated compromise document that has been worked out with much sweat and trepidation and anger and all that. And I would like to leave it as it is without, and not include that particular recommendation. So my preference would be to pass this without their recommendation, thus leaving the 1,000-foot buffer, and the new 1,000-foot buffer intact, even though I don't like that particular provision.
I believe that's available within this resolution. I think that, Mr. DiTullio.
Quickly mention, you know, I think we've gotten a lot of emails and comments over the last couple of weeks from the public, and a lot of the comments were, don't allow this to happen. Well, this happened 3 years ago. Medical and retail sales were allowed in the city of Wheat Ridge by previous councils, and so there's been a lot of changes and moratoriums and more changes and more moratoriums over the last 2 or 3 years. This, actually, if you came in tonight and say you're against this ordinance, it would probably be, in my opinion, the wrong thing to say, because this sets a cap, it sets parameters, a special use permit, the 1,000-foot limit from parks and recreation. So this actually is the best scenario where the ones that are here can operate, but it's not going to allow any new ones unless one leaves, and there's the special use permit, the 1,000-foot limit. I also don't support taking the 1,000-foot limit out. In fact, I don't know why the Planning Commission went there, because that's in Section 11 of our code, not Section 26. So they kind of, I wouldn't say they overstepped their boundaries, but they kind of got carried away on that. So the only thing I'm going to support tonight is this ordinance as is, with a few minor changes with wording to make it clearer that 5,000 feet is 5,000 square feet for the whole grow operation, not 5,000 here and 5,000 there. That's what I've remembered from day one when we talked about this, that 5,000 for the grow was 5,000 for the grow, whether you were co-located or not. So I think that this is a good compromise, because that horse was allowed at the barn 3 years ago when they came in. First Amendment 64 passed, then medical marijuana and retail marijuana was allowed in through previous councils and previous times. So I think this solves a win-win for the community. It caps it. You're not going to see new ones coming in anytime soon. It sets the 1,000-foot limit. So there's some good things in this that I would hope that people would be in favor of this rather than saying ban them, because at this point, the horse has already left the barn. But just wanted to also confirm that I don't support removing the 1,000-foot limit either.
Any other questions of council? Ms. Davis?
So, Mr. Dahl, I know I popped this question on you earlier, so I certainly want to pop the question again, but not have it necessarily change the ordinance. But one of the things and one of the questions and discussions that we've heard as council is a lot of development of children and the impacts it has on children and as people grow and mature. And one of the questions I have is it possible that we as a city could change the sale of medical marijuana to age 21 as well? And I know I kind of popped that question to you earlier tonight, and I know it was something that you were going to have to look at, but I'm wondering if that's something we could look at to perhaps at a further time even tighten up those aspects to have medical marijuana and retail marijuana have to be age 21 limit versus the 18 that medical marijuana is.
Sure, and I'd be happy to look at that. You know, you're in the regulation business, and the Constitution gives you the latitude to regulate and to ban. It's a question that's the second or third one tonight that I just don't have an answer for you tonight, but know where to look, and I'd rather look before I started guessing. But I'm happy to do that and report to you.
All right,
separately.
thank you.
We don't have to make that official, do we? Good. All right, any more? Jen Wooden.
I just also wanted to voice, Mr. DiTullio and Mr. Fitzgerald, that I am very much against any type of removal from the parks. Originally, almost what brought a lot of people in the audience here was one of our citizens coming forward and saying, there's a marijuana facility right across the street from a park where kids play baseball, and there's a playground. And so to even consider removing that 1,000 buffer from parks is ridiculous in my view, and something we should absolutely not consider at all. We absolutely need a buffer from schools, daycares, recreation centers, parks, and that really needs to stay in this. Regarding the regarding the cultivation facility of 5,000 square feet, hypothetically, if there's a 5,000 square feet grow and, I don't know, a 2,000 square feet storefront facility, and hypothetically, if a business was to violate that space between the two, is there a possibility they could lose their license within the city if that was violated?
Sure, the city, has the right to condition or revoke licenses for failure to comply with the provisions of the code. That's one of the main reasons you can get a license.
Okay, so we do have a way
suspended or-
that we can follow
Yes.
up and enforce
Right.
our limits, okay?
That's right.
Okay, any other?
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Mr.
With respect to the protocol set up for city staff to notify us relative to license changes and mapping changes, I'm not as comfortable with there just being a simple protocol in place that says staff will tell us when something changes. It's not a matter of trust or not with the staff. It's just we're leaving it up to the staff to make some action as opposed to putting some requirement on the business owner or some trigger in the process to notify the city council when that occurs. So I want to make sure that the instance that generated a majority of this discussion, which was a change in the location of a particular store that changed the map, that was a large impetus for a lot of what just happened. So I guess I'd like to understand better what that protocol is and what assurances do you have that will be able to provide you with the tools necessary to let us know when this is happening again.
Well, we've proposed a few different ways to notify City Council of pending applications or changes in applications. Our business licensing division has a database. It's an access database that maintains all of their building business licenses, including this specific classification of license. So they're able to put into that system basically triggers or things that get notified for activity on a license related to this class of uses. So they're able to automate that response to council that, hey, this existing business license is proposing to change in some manner. So that's one instance. Another instance is when we'd actually receive a special use permit application. We've proposed that we would use an existing protocol, which is when we send out council every other week a quasi-judicial spreadsheet that gives you the list of pending land use applications so that you know there are a variety of things that you shouldn't be having ex parte contact on. So that is a more, I guess, manual process. In community development, we maintain a land use database as well, and that information is extracted from that database. So, I get that information from the department's administrative assistant and then forward to council after I review it and make sure that it's accurate. So that's the protocol that we're proposing. We didn't feel that it was necessary to codify those protocols. And then lastly, or two other things, we've proposed adding the 38th and Miller, to the extent that that was an application that caused some community concern and some phone calls to all of you. That was actually just a pre-application meeting. And we've suggested, and I wrote this in the council communication, that we don't think it's appropriate to notify council in the event of a pre-application, before a pre-application meeting is submitted. The reason we do that is that those pre-application meetings are very preliminary. We have up to 6 of those a week. And many of those, perhaps most of those, don't go anywhere. And kind of notifying the community, stirring the pot for an applicant that may or may not pursue this, they're just testing the waters, we feel is premature. It does become public information at the moment that we've held a pre-application meeting. Up and until such time as we hold that pre-application meeting, we consider that to be preliminary information and still not subject to an opens record request, for instance. What we have proposed as an additional notification to council in regards to those early stages in the process is once an applicant is through that pre-application meeting process and they're ready to take the next step. The next step is the scheduling of a neighborhood meeting. When we schedule a neighborhood meeting and provide notice of that, that notice goes out to property owners within 600 feet of the proposed location. We don't currently notify City Council of those meetings, but we do feel like it's appropriate to. So that is an additional meeting notification that we're providing. So when an applicant proposes to take that next step on a new medical marijuana or retail marijuana establishment, that we would notify council at the same time that we notify your constituents.
Okay. In addition to that, I guess one of the concerns that I had is in that pre-application meeting that there be some upfront statement or disclosure on staff's part that there is not to be any promises made or guarantees or other types of agreements made in that meeting that leave the developer to believe something is going to happen over another. I know that's sort of a sticky wicket depending on the situation. It's not always related to marijuana, but my concern is city staff going into a meeting with the developer and telling the developer whatever they want to hear in order to bring in a business, and then all the rules change or all the situation changes, and those discussions are then misconstrued. And so what is the process to disclose to a developer ahead of time what they can expect to achieve in that pre-application meeting?
Yeah, it's a great question, and in our in the information that goes out to an applicant that's requesting to schedule a pre-application meeting, so we give them, it's a 2 or 3 page handout that basically tells them what they need to submit to us and what the pre-application is and what it isn't. In that written document that is handed out prior to that meeting, we tell them what it is and isn't. So there is a disclaimer that says, we staff provide the best information available to the applicant. It can't preordain some public process that's subject to additional review and input from staff, from the neighborhood, from city council, whatever may be the case. So there is a disclaimer that they should not rely on information conveyed during the pre-application meeting, except with those caveats. That said, we also, it's a little bit of a balancing act because we don't want to have a developer or an applicant of any type of land use application coming out of a pre-application meeting that they pay $200 for, thinking that they shouldn't be able to reasonably rely on the information. So we don't want to caveat it too much. But that said, we think there's probably another opportunity to do something that we don't do, which is to say, during the pre-application meeting, kind of reiterate that disclaimer to say, this is what it is, this isn't what it isn't. So they both get it as a print form, but it's also communicated verbally at the meeting. The verbal communications that occur at the meeting are reflected in meeting notes that are then conveyed back to the applicant. So they'd get that information in writing at the offset, verbally at the meeting, and then in writing again when they get those meeting notes from the meeting.
I'm comfortable with that. Thank you.
Are you comfortable now? Yep. Any more? Okay, if there's no further questions of staff, this would be the time to take public comment. And I have here before me 20-some people to make comment, 25, 26, which is, and we have in the past restricted it to 15 minutes, whatever. This is our last ability to take public comment. We're going to be voting on this tonight, so I am going to go ahead and allow this much public comment. I will request, though, that if you've said something before, as the person before you has stated it, please say, I agree with Mr. Jones or whatever, so that the council has fresh ears to the comments that are made as we go forward with this. Once again, we'll be timing it at 3 minutes. And, no, yes, we are. We have a lot of them, so therefore that is the discretion that we have here. And I will ask you to stand and then be a backup as well. Samantha Walsh, and followed by Barbara St. John.
Okay, thank you, Council. My name is Samantha Walsh. I live at 5913 Pierce Street. I'm here representing Options Medical, a cannabis business that has been operating in the Wheat Ridge area since 2013. And I'm going to go ahead and, I know I signed up for both ordinances. I feel in the interest of time, I will just address both ordinances in this one comment. So first, I would like to thank Council and you, Madam Mayor, for your hard work following the state's lead by not only enacting the will of the voters, but also balancing the needs of the community with thoughtful regulations on advertising and location setbacks, and as well as balancing the needs of small businesses who have created jobs and generated revenue and taken a substance off the streets and put it into the hands of responsible business owners who have created a highly regulated, safe, and successful industry. We also would like to thank the members of the community who have been thoughtful and fair commentary throughout the whole process, but especially our patients, our customers, and community members who have ardently supported these businesses with their tax dollars and with their votes. And while the process of regulation has not been perfect, it has been deliberate and it has been successful. All these successes that we have seen have included, but are not limited to, teen use is down in Colorado. Crime is at an all-time low. DUI fatalities are at a record low. Prescription drug overdoses are down 25%. We have created 10,000 jobs. We have record high tourism and a state that is consistently rated as a top economic and standard of living model throughout the country. These businesses have been able to balance the needs of very ill patients that are often at risk for crippling pharmaceutical addictions and can now go on to an alternative and natural medicine that is less harmful. They've also been able to balance the need of adults that would like to choose an objectively less harmful substance than alcohol when it comes to their personal use. This is why I encourage Council to continue in its thoughtful and pragmatic direction regarding the regulation of cannabis and vote in favor of both ordinances, as is and as drafted, to allow for a limit on current businesses and to allow them to operate in a co-located manner that is consistent with state law. As has been noted, Amendment 64, the movement to regulate marijuana like alcohol, passed with over 55% of Colorado voters in favor. It's received more votes than any ballot initiative in the history of Colorado, and that includes Tabor. It has more votes than President Obama received in 2010. Or 2012, excuse me, sorry. Legalization is now passed in 4 states, including the hub of democracy, Washington, D.C., and it is poised to go legal in 5 more states as 2016 and 2017 approach. So we are thankful again for Council's thoughtful approach, and again, we encourage you to pass both ordinances as drafted.
Thank you. Barbara St. John, followed by
Barbara St. John, 3480 Everett Street. I have trouble thinking that all of these statistics just spoken of, they seem to conflict with some things I read in the newspaper. So I think a lot of that remains to be seen, to be sorted out. So much has been said on this subject, and so I'm only going to make a few points right now. One of them is I'm concerned about the future of this beautiful spot that we call Wheat Ridge. In the past, I have attended council meetings where they have deplored the fact that previous councils many years ago made very unwise decisions, and we are reaping the results of those bad decisions in zoning, etc. So we don't want now to put something into our practices that are going to harm the future, possibly 20, 30 years down the line. We need to stop these bad things from happening now before they get any bigger. And by bad things, I mean the incursion of marijuana into our neighborhoods and our city. So our future is what I'm particularly concerned with right now. I think this area stands to become developed as the city expands, and Wheat Ridge will become very, very sought after. We want a wholesome family lifestyle. That's what we're all aiming for out here. And marijuana does not encourage that. I would like to keep it out of Wheat Ridge. What we have now should not be enlarged. Also, I think it's bad if we end up being hostage to the revenues that come from taxes. That cannot be the basis of financing our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Babe Bazadzad. Babe. Give us your address, please.
Good evening. My name is Babak Behzadzadeh, B-E-H-Z-A-D-Z-A-D-E-H. I guess my grandfather used the stutter, and that's how I end up with this last name.
Your address, please, sir.
2215 at Cherry Hills Farm Drive, Englewood, Colorado, 80113.
Okay.
I'm Babak Behzadzadeh, and I'm a father of two, 8 and 4. I'm the owner of the Miller Street and 38, that property in question. I'm a registered pharmacist. I've worked 22 years in protecting the public health, enforcing the state and federal laws. And to this day, I do by doing it across the country for electronic health records in some of the most prestigious hospitals. Not only just the laws, rather the dosages for pediatric dosing, for children, medications. My pharmacists, my nurses, my physicians, they fly all over the country. So basically, I'm a responsible person. We met with the city, and several times with my lawyer. They spoke to us. They said this is a particular area, C1 zone. It's legal for this a place, and you can certainly grow. And I'm going to put quote unquote, we were given the promise that if you purchase this gas station, which is an eyesore, if you purchase this gas station that is environmentally hazardous to us, and remove it, existing business, we will give you an administrative decision. Based on those promises, based on those, we spend the money, $600,000, $700,000, plus other costs that we've had. Once we purchased it, they said no, at this point so far. I don't know who to turn to at this point, but this is basically what the information we were given. As I said, quote unquote, we met with their officials, and that's what they said to us. Remove the gas station, remove the existing business, we give you administrative decision, meaning there's going to be no special use permit, there's not going to be public hearing, and basically that's how we spend the money. I would appreciate them somehow, some kind of responsibility taken at this point. It was mentioned the first time you had the special event by Mr. Shoemaker, but unfortunately it was overwhelmed and nobody sort of paid attention to that part. It was just overwhelmed by people. From what I can promise you from our end, I'll be happy to do any compromises there is. They were worried about children walking by it. I'll be happy to face the retail store facing the gulch, not even the street. We'll be doing the setbacks on 38 Avenue.
Bobby, you are at time right now.
Thank you so much.
Kevin, Cheney? Kevin Cheney, followed by John Benquist. Do we have a Kevin Cheney here?
Jeff Gard, number 4.
Number 4. You're right. I already marked it. Thanks, Jeff.
No problem. Thank you for your time, Madam Mayor and members of council. Jeffrey Gard.
Yeah, and we need
I'm
an
from
address too,
Boulder,
please.
2541 Spruce Street. And I'm the attorney for the gentleman you just saw here a few minutes ago. Gard, G-A-R-D. Thank you. And as he told you, my clients searched sort of far and wide across the Denver metro area to try to find a place to start their business. And they came to Wheat Ridge and they brought probably about a half dozen different properties that they thought might be zoned properly, but they were too close to this and not far enough away from that. And finally we came across what I would call the proverbial needle in a haystack, because your zoning rules and the zoning buffers that you created for these businesses really made my client's property the last place in Wheat Ridge that you could really locate one of these type of businesses. And we know that because we had tried so many different other locations in Wheat Ridge and none of them would be able to work. And we met with the city staff in May and then had a pre-application meeting in early June. And we were given direction by the city staff. This was a gas station that was, to their eyes and to their minds, an eyesore. It needed to go. And there was a lot of discussion about developing the property and making it beautiful and making the curb cuts the way they needed to go. And there was even an offer and a contact by city staff that we might want to purchase the adjacent property to try to make this a really nice area. My clients were committed to that. And in discussions with the city staff, we agreed to remove the tanks and the gas station and provide a place that was nice. But that, unfortunately, was met with opposition, and people have a right to their opinion. They may want to rethink the wisdom of Amendment 64, which seems to be the theme that runs through the opposition here. But the city staff told my client that if he followed their direction, that he would be able to move forward. But instead, he's been met with a proposal for caps on the number of businesses that are deliberately intended to prevent him from being able to open. And you've all received my January 8th letter, which is the governmental immunity notice necessary to begin litigation on the issue, because when a government doesn't keep its promise, citizens have the right to see if a judge would agree to help them keep that promise. And we don't want to litigate. My client wants to cooperate. He wants to get along, and he wants to follow the direction that he was given. And I would ask that this is our last chance. Let your zoning buffers work. Don't fall back on caps. Don't fall into fear. Allow business to move forward within the structure you created. We're happy to meet with people. They've refused our entreaties to meet, but we're still willing to meet. As he said, we're willing to make compromises. But if it doesn't work out that way, it'll be unfortunate for I think, everybody.
Thank you, Jeff. That is the end of your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Kevin now Cheney, and please give us the correct pronunciation if that's your name.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, my name is Kevin Cheney, C-H-E-N-E-Y. I live at 401 Interlochen Boulevard in Broomfield. I work for the law firm Gard & Bond and also represent Mr. Bazad today. I'd like to begin with a quote from Councilmember Fitzgerald at the study session on this topic. And he ended that one, close to the end of that study session in discussing another related issue, saying that this was a mistake that we made and we couldn't punish existing businesses. And yet, that's exactly what you're doing. Whether you want to blame it on past councils or take responsibility at this council, the fact is the law of the land was created by the governing body of the city of Wheat Ridge. You guys created the rules. You created a situation in which the property at 38th and Miller was eligible to be a marijuana business. Your city staff was informed that we were purchasing this property. We have numerous emails exchanged with your city staff saying we're going forward with the contract. Are we okay? We're closing. We're paying over $600,000. Are we okay? And each time, city staff told us that we were good to move forward. They also suggested, hey, if you want to avoid any special use review, remove the gas station. There was no point in removing the gas station. The business is worth less money today than it was. We spent an additional $30,000 at the direction of your staff. And the fact is that today you're basically asking Mr. Bezazda to fall on a sword from a mistake that you made. And we're talking about setting examples for children. You know, my parents taught me that when you make a mistake, you should own it. And the fact is, I think everyone's in agreement here that if we could redo the rules and go back in time, that property wouldn't be eligible. But rather than taking responsibility for that mistake and saying, look, we screwed up. But the fact of the matter is that the second you pass this law, Mr. Bezazda loses over $200,000. That property appraised at $400,000. Yet he paid $600,000 for it. $200,000 of its value exists solely because it could be a marijuana business. And the second you pass that law, he loses this. There's no bank loan. There's no LLC that you can just devote on. As he told you, he's a father of 2 children. This is a substantial portion of his life savings. And you're basically changing the rules of the game and ripping out that from under him. And I find it sadly ironic. You know, we sat through first reading and we had a large presentation about Wheat Ridge being open for business and pro-business as a grocery store presented. But how is this pro-business? Just think for a second. Take marijuana out of the issue and think if you purchased a property and city staff told you to follow those rules and to do exactly what they told you, and you did, only to find out that someone changed the rules at the end of the game. And that's patently unfair. That's morally wrong. That's wrong from a policy perspective. And I'll close tonight because I'm sure a lot of the speakers are going to be talking about protecting the children. The American Academy of Pediatrics today, the largest group of pediatricians in the country, endorsed the decriminalization of marijuana, stating that decriminalizing marijuana was the best way to protect young people. Thank you.
Thank you. Nope. No comments. Next speaker is John, hope I got the right one, Berquist, followed by Tony Voorhees over on Hillside, 48 Hillside.
My name is John Berquist, and I live at 4052 Lee Circle.
Thank you, John.
I'd like to thank you and the council for taking the time to listen to all of us. Most of my speech here has been crossed out because a lot of my concerns have been answered tonight. I attended the Wheat Ridge Civic Academy in 2013, but we weren't really covered on some of the finer details of how the city government really works. A classic example of that is how a recent city planning commission meeting could possibly derail some of the work the council and a group of citizens have worked on and come up with a proposal. Now, most of my concerns on that issue have been addressed tonight, so I think I feel fairly confident that things are looking up. People have lost faith in government and figure their vote doesn't count. Maybe I'm naive, but I really expect and believe that this council will do what their citizens want and not what some outside interests are dictating. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Tony, please. We appreciate that, but they don't. I mean, we don't. Tony, followed by Marianne Rodriguez, also on 48 Hillside Drive.
My name is Tony Rodriguez. I live at 48 Hillside Drive. I think the last speaker pretty much covered what I was going to say about the subject. I think if council is willing to go ahead and pass the ordinance as written without any removal of the distance buffer, I'm okay with the status. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony, for your brevity. Marianne, then, please. Thank you, Marianne. Tom Klinger.
My name is Tom Klinger, Klinger.
I reside at 11735 West 38th Avenue. And initially, I would like to comment that I stand strongly that our mayor, council members stand as strong as you possibly can on this issue. It is a maze, and it sure was emphasized this evening, which kind of changes what I wanted to speak to this evening. I do not, excuse me, I do not quite understand how you are going to navigate this maze that you are confronted with. I do have some serious questions as to where council is, and I do not know diplomatically how to mention where our staff members stand. I feel in some respects that staff makes some decisions, either correctly or incorrectly, and really don't have a written rule to follow. And that, I feel, is setting the maze as where we are this evening. Now, as a sidebar, for one who watches on Channel 8 on the city TV programs, I would strongly urge, not only at the meetings here, but for those who are at home, that members of council and members of staff speak distinctly and use your microphones intelligently so we can understand, not only here, but at our homes. And though I am over the hill and down in the swamps, and my hearing is going, some of you folks I can hear very well, and others, well, I'll leave that for you to decide. Thank you.
You know, who could resist that guy? All right. Mary Ellen Butler, and then John Oxtel, can't make it out, Lee Circle. Would you please, the next person, please be ready to line up if you're going to be called. Thank you, John. Mary Ann?
Mary Ellen.
Mary Ellen?
I live at 11576 West 38th Place. Good evening, Madam Mayor and honorable council members. And it is a good evening whenever the citizens can express their views to their elected officials. I appreciate this opportunity. I've learned a lot about marijuana in the last 7 months, and some of the most significant information I've learned concerns its impact on the human brain. Marijuana deprives oxygen to the brain, especially to the prefrontal cortex, which is the judgment center. This is where forethought, planning, follow-through, and motivation occur. Also, our temporal lobes are adversely affected. The temporal lobes are where our ability to learn is located. Our memory and word recognition are located there. Marijuana erodes the brain, and as it does, an element of aggression comes to the forefront. My education in this area comes from Sherry Keffer, PhD. She focuses on brain assessment tests and treatment in her therapeutic practice. Also from David Stoop, PhD, a licensed clinical psychologist. Money speaks loudly in all areas of life, including this area. But these people that I have just quoted from have no money involved in this community. They both practice in California. In light of the detrimental effects of marijuana, I urge you to adopt the ordinance as written. I urge you to remain diligent regarding the impact of marijuana on our community. Please stay alert and revisit this issue as often as necessary to address the negative impacts as they become apparent. Listen to the governor of Colorado when he calls the passing of this legalization reckless. Watch as our state is sued by Oklahoma and Nebraska for the harmful effects showing up in their states. Look at the photos of happy pot shop owners in the Denver Post, and you might read an accompanying article regarding increase of emergency room visits and hospitalizations due to use of marijuana. Please listen also to Dr. Carson, Ben Carson, who is recently retired as pediatric neurosurgeon of Johns Hopkins Medical Center.
Mary Ellen, your time is up. Thank you very much, though. John Oxtell and Kelly Brooks would be next.
I'm John Axtell, 3932 Lee Circle. And what I would like to say is that at many hearings that I've appeared at, I have heard that marijuana can be compared to alcohol, and the regulation should be similar. The Planning Commission, when they met, some of the, I don't know the proper term, some of the people on the commission were talking about, well, how far is the setback for alcohol? How about this? Alcohol's been around a long time. We know the dangers, the abuse, what have you. It's a legal substance. Marijuana is a Class 1 controlled substance. It's illegal in the majority of the United States. If you drive to another state, which was just mentioned, you can be arrested, your marijuana is going to be confiscated. What I don't hear, which is interesting, I don't hear marijuana being compared to cigarettes. I wonder why that is. Cigarettes, I think we all know, are harmful to our health. Colorado is a guinea pig. It's a big social experiment. And it seems like it was decided using the alcohol tenets. We have been caught with problems with edibles and vapes, which account for almost half of the marijuana sold, is what I have read. One of the things that happened in the alcohol portion of it, I believe, were the distances required from different places, such as schools, drug abuse facilities, child care, etc. Should certain types of parks and recreation centers also be included? The interesting thing is the marijuana store that's at 26 in Kipling is 30 feet, which I paced off today, from their parking area to the park, to Prospect Park. It is less than 100 feet to the baseball diamond. That, if you were to sit down and decide distances today, and you went out there and looked at that, you probably would say that was not appropriate. No, we're not going to put something like that there. Interesting, Antique Row on Broadway is having a problem. The pot shops have gone in large numbers there because they're allowed a 3/4 mile buffer, and there's a lot of them. They want to change the name of that area to Cannabis Row or something like that, and they're being fought on that. We have something almost, if I may call him Kebab, because that's how he introduced himself last time. We could have another row, it's called Kipling Row. That means we would have a pot shop at Kipling 26, we would have one at Kipling and 38. Oops. Just give me 1 minute with a red light.
Actually, your time is up right now.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thanks.
Thank you, John. Kelly Brooks, and then we have James, who's at 3819 Lee Circle. I can't. James, if you're available, please get lined up. To Kelly Brooks? Yes. Okay. Kelly, give us your address.
My name is Kelly Brooks. I reside at 4100 Dudley Street. Thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. First of all, I'd like to thank City Council and the Mayor for your diligence in developing a proposed ordinance that strives to address some of the many concerns that have been brought forth by the citizens of Wheat Ridge over the last 6 months. I can appreciate the varying dynamics at play and the political complications of this issue at hand. Furthermore, I acknowledge that for many of you, this has been an issue that you've inherited and one that most likely you would have approached differently if you'd known then what you know now. I think many of us share this sentiment. Nonetheless, I remain disappointed that throughout the 6-month process, and realistically the last 18 months, City Council has avoided any discussion of the merits and costs of commercial recreational marijuana industry within our community. While I respect that Amendment 64 provides a constitutional right to possess and use marijuana, it also ensured a right for a community to determine their level of participation in that commercial recreational market or to opt out of it if they so choose. I contend that our community has not been given that privilege as it was envisioned by Amendment 64. I believe that council must take responsibility for this decision and should implement methods of assuring accountability and transparency moving forward that does not allow the consequences of these decisions to go quietly unchecked. To that end, I'd like to ask City Council to consider imposing the following requirements. Number one, that the police department be given first right of refusal for all retail marijuana tax revenue to be used for marijuana and substance abuse education programs for youth and adults, as well as continuing education for law enforcement. So far, we've witnessed a pathetic effort by the state government to implement any reasonable education in support of deterring youth marijuana use. If we're going to be one of the few communities to reap the tax benefits, then we owe it to our community to ensure that we fill the glaring gap in education. Number two, that the amount of marijuana tax revenue received be reported to council on a regular basis, and that any allocation of marijuana tax revenue not slated for education be reported. As citizens of this community, as citizens of a community that will certainly pay a societal price, we deserve to know where the tax money is being spent, if not going to education or other programs addressing marijuana use or negative societal impacts. Number three, that the police department collect data sufficient enough to monitor and report on youth use rates within Wheat Ridge, and further to compare those rates to use rates in communities around us that have chosen to opt out of marijuana sales and commercial promotion. Number four, that the police department collect data sufficient to monitor and report on any increase in vehicle-related marijuana incidents and violations. It appears that we'll be the only destination city for recreational marijuana in the West Metro area. That means more marijuana users driving into and out of our city in pursuit of pot than our neighboring cities will experience. I want to know what the impact of this is on driving under the influence incidents within our city. Five, lastly, and perhaps most importantly, I'd ask that City Council commit to revisiting this issue of commercial marijuana in our community regularly, perhaps annually, and commit to discussing the consequences, good and bad, that have been identified in an effort to improve or modify existing regulation or to propose additional regulation if justified. You are implementing policy and procedures in an attempt to manage an incredibly dynamic and explosive new industry for which there is no precedent. I ask that you be proactive about your review and response to the ever-changing conditions within this industry and be able to address unforeseen or unintended consequences before it's too late. I ask you to please take opportunities to keep yourselves educated as well. 2 weeks ago, two leading experts in their respective fields on the issue of drugs gave an incredible presentation on youth use. One being Lieutenant Reggie Marinelli, who happens to be here tonight. She's the commander of the West Metro Drug Task Force, and the other being Dr. Glenn Most, director of West Pines Behavioral Health Services, one of the leading mental health facilities in the region. Combined, these two gave a comprehensive presentation on youth drugs right here in our own backyard, Wheat Ridge High School. To hear their concerns, frustration, and alarm in their voices was troubling. Despite this being such a prominent issue at this moment in time, it was equally troubling that no elected or appointed representatives were there to hear it. Again, I ask for your continued vigilance, participation, and dialogue as we move forward. Remember, you've committed my kids to an experiment that they did not ask to take part in, and for which there may be profound consequences. I therefore ask that you conduct the appropriate steps necessary to monitor and act upon the results of this experiment on behalf of my kids as well. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to call on John Clark, with Joe Dice as the follow-up. John? And Joe, I guess you're ready? Okay, thank you. And thank you for not clapping, although... I was not ready for that. But I mean, I appreciate the fact that the audience is letting a lot of our people get through.
Yes, and I will be brief. My
Thank you,
name is
John.
Clark, 4665 Swadley Street. I wasn't even going to speak on marijuana tonight. when I walked in, but I did bring the stickers. Somebody handed me an article, and I'd read it already. It was in Friday or Saturday's Post, and they asked me if I wasn't going to speak on if I didn't have any words, maybe I'd read that article. And unfortunately, I think everybody's read the article. Everybody's heard the same stories about the dangers, and the first speaker can get up and spew all the statistics she wants, but you can make statistics sound any way you want. And I can't follow them, and I can almost, and I think she's left the room, as has Babbitt, but it's hard to keep hearing those statistics over and over and over, making you think that if we all just got high, we'd all live in a utopia. If everybody just got high, everything would be okay. Crime's down, DUIs are down, everything's going away, everything's fine. And it's not. It's not. And I mean, article after article after article says it's not. So the only thing that I would like to say, I didn't look up all her statistics, but I know when she says Amendment 64 passed with an overwhelming majority, I do know it passed with less of a majority than 2A and 2B failed. So if we can work with marijuana and everybody's happy that 64 passed with such an overwhelming majority, let's relook at 2A and 2B because they failed by 60 to 40%. So I think everybody was kind of in a kumbaya moment until the Planning Commission came along. So I hope the first time that I've literally ever agreed with Mr. Fitzgerald, and that's true. But when he says, everybody was in this moment, and everybody did work very hard and came to a conclusion, and then the Planning Commission came about deleting this language, and I would hope that you can pass this amendment as is. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Joe Dice, followed by someone, I cannot read the name, but he or she lives at 4800 Lamar Street.
Joe Dice, 122 Meadow Lane, Fort Collins.
Thank you, Joe.
What he was saying earlier to you guys about the OPC, it's called, the grow facility, is not correct. These facilities are dissected. You got a premise modification that you design. This part of this building is used for this, the retail store. This part is the OPC, the cultivation. Inside of that cultivation, you got to have hanging rooms, bathrooms, bathrooms for your employees. You got to have security rooms. You got to have safe rooms. So for him to say that the 5,000 square feet is pure cultivation, totally untrue. Just a trimming room alone takes up almost 1,000 square feet. You got all the people sitting around a big table with scissors. I mean, I think that the language in there needs to be very specific. 5,000 feet of cultivation space where you actually are growing the plants. For him to include bathrooms, for him to include break rooms.
We get the point. You don't have to be referring to the city attorney.
I just want to make sure because earlier you guys kept asking the same question.
No, I think I said 5,000.
I didn't want to actually use my time on that. That's not why I got up here. But I just think that they need to be addressed. Some of the people say this isn't like alcohol. That it hasn't been around as long. It's like putting it back into prohibition. In 1619, King James orders the Virginia Company for every citizen to grow 100 marijuana plants. That's how long it's been around. It became illegal around the same time that alcohol became illegal. Alcohol stayed illegal. Prohibition lifted a lot sooner. Decriminalization started for marijuana in the 1970s, and it is decriminalized in Nebraska. That's all I have for you guys.
Thank you. The lady, and then on deck is Jim Otten.
Hi, my name is Cassandra Dittis. I am the manager of Medical MJ Supply in Wheat Ridge.
Your address, please.
Oh, sorry. 8615 West 54th Place.
Thank you, Cassandra.
We'd like to start by really thanking the council and citizens for the time that's gone into this. We are coming from a community that was banned, and we watched the ramifications of that and how that played out for everyone involved, and there was a lot of time and money spent where it could have been spent moving forward productively. we are absolutely embracing the regulations adopted tonight. And we'd like to really also support Mr. Brooks on delegating some of our tax dollars to help with education of police officers and things along those lines. Even just in the last week, we invited the Wheat Ridge PD to come in and take a look at our facilities. We have nothing to hide. We want to be a faithful member of the community and support the community. We are not here against any of you. And I think one of the biggest points that I'd like to address tonight is the lesson from tonight is that we can view statistics however we feel they fit our certain agenda or situation. They can really be read either way, and in a statistics class, that's actually one of the first things that you learn, is that statistics can be read to however you really want to make them sound, depending on how you read them. The literal definition of statistics is the study of the collection, analysis, interpretation, presentation, and organization of data. So that in itself just shows how much things can vary based on your opinion. And one of the big points that I would like to bring to people tonight is that in the year that we have spent being a recreational marijuana facility, we have seen so many people come out of the woodwork that lived in fear. They have ailments that they do not want to get a medical marijuana card because of the fear of people sitting in front of them and judging them. So even though they are coming in recreationally, we have quadrupled or more in the amount of people that come in for medical reasons, all of which are over 21. And we have very confidential and trustworthy staff that helps guide these people into a different option than taking all of your oxyconins, Vicodins, everything that your regular doctor would prescribe to you every day. So we just ask for the same consideration that any other business would really have. We want nothing more than to be transparent and open with the community. If you have questions, we invite them. And however we can really help be productive members of the Wheat Ridge community, we'd like to move forward with that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Cassandra. Jim Otten, followed by Roger Moran.
Mayor, City Councilman, I appreciate the opportunity to be here. My name is Jim Otten. I live at 1868 South Beach Street in the city of Lakewood. Since September 2013, I've sent emails to mayor and city council members on the topic of marijuana, both medical marijuana and recreational marijuana. And I believe many of you have had the opportunity to read those, on the order of 50 or 60 emails. Last year, I chaired the successful Lakewood campaign for Yes on 2A, and we were successful in blocking recreational marijuana stores from the city of Lakewood, at least for the present. Interestingly enough, the vote to block recreational marijuana stores was 54 to 46%. The city of Lakewood had previously voted in November of 2012 for A64 at the rate of 55 to 45%. So I believe that there's been a strong change in the community, especially as the community becomes informed on the issues related and the problems that are apparent now with recreational marijuana and by inference, medical marijuana. So to say that, to point to Amendment 64 vote, I think is disingenuous, because I think there's been a strong citizen change. I think once the citizens become informed, they would make the change themselves. I would suggest that the City Council very carefully go ahead with the ordinance as it presently is set, and with the 1,000-foot limit as stated intact, for many different reasons. One of those is that I believe that the city should constrain the current marijuana businesses right now, with the potential that in 2016 the City Council should refer to the voters the question on whether recreational marijuana should be continued to be permitted in the city of Wheat Ridge. That the citizens need, I think, to have a second look at that issue, and it's important that you allow them to be involved in that process, which has not happened hitherto, except for the most recent 6 months or so activity by the citizens concerned with current marijuana circumstances. I would commend again the circumstances that you're dealing with now. And I think you're dealing with it in as best as you can, considering that all of you inherited a situation that was set up by a previous city council. With respect to some of the facts that have been talked about, yes, fatalities have declined in Colorado, about 6% auto fatalities. But if you take a look at those fatalities where marijuana is implicated, they've increased by 100%. So you need to take a look at reported statistics with a careful eye. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Roger Moran, and Dr. Lynn Judson is following. Thank you.
Mayor Jay, City Council, my name is Roger Moran, and I live at 3550 Miller Court. Council, I support this ordinance in order to move forward, although I still have some issues with it. I thank you for hearing and addressing many of my concerns. I know you and staff have worked very hard to draft what is best for Wheat Ridge, and I thank you for your time. I have 2 requests for amendments that I think are in line with council intent, and 2 other, actually 1 other now request. The first request for an amendment, keep daycares, treatment centers, and schools on the map for 1 year if they should close. Give the community time to fill the void if one of these facilities closes. The ordinance allows marijuana facilities a related courtesy, albeit for 6 months. The second request for an amendment, change the term legally non-conforming to permitted and non-conforming, although do not change the definition. I would first ask you to query our city attorney if the production and sale of marijuana within Wheat Ridge is legal or illegal. If legal, I rescind my request. If illegal, I request our code use a different term than legally non-conforming so as not to mislead. Many citizens, including myself, have asked council members how they view the benefits versus the risks of marijuana within Wheat Ridge. I ask that you please speak to these during discussion after motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Lynn Judson with Becky Grant would be next. Becky, if you're here, please line up for us.
Mayor, Jay, and City Council members, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. I'm a doctor of pharmacy, and I'm on the other side. As a pharmacist, I want to protect the health and safety. Okay, yes, I'm sorry. Lynn Judson, 1805, Judson, 1805 South Van Gordon Court, Street, Lakewood, Colorado, 80228. My position in a nutshell is that I appreciate the comments that were made earlier from Mr. Fitzgerald, Mr. DiTullio, I hope I'm pronouncing it right, and Mrs. Wooden, that the citizens had negotiated and that a compromise had been reached. And I do believe that, or I would suggest that you add back the requirement that retail marijuana establishments be greater than 1,000 feet from a park or recreation center, and I would hopefully add a school. I'm not sure if that's in there. I believe that when we protect the health and safety of youth, the entire community of Wheat Ridge will benefit immediately and also in the long term, which we need to think about. I believe that, unfortunately, proximity to marijuana would lead to greater access by youth and use. There are some current studies that are very pertinent. Frequent teen marijuana use, according to the Dunedin study, can decrease IQ of adolescents by 8 or more points, and it's irreversible, never comes back. Do we wish to promote academic success in Wheat Ridge? A study published in Lancet Psychiatry shows that daily marijuana users are more than 60% less likely to graduate from high school or get an advanced degree. They also are at greater risk of psychiatric illness, 7 times the risk of suicides compared with non-marijuana users. They also have problems with motivation and getting and keeping a job. This is even more startling, 1 out of 6 adolescents that ever use marijuana, not just daily, but ever use it, become addicted. And the treatment costs are astronomical for the community, you know, in the hundreds of thousands, like I've heard 300,000, 400,000, to treat one case of addiction. Also, marijuana use results in 2 to 3 times the rate of traffic fatalities. Mr. Otten mentioned at least twice, but I've seen some studies say 3 times for if they're using marijuana and driving, which they will be into Wheat Ridge and back. Heart rate can speed up 5 times with marijuana use. Coupled with the energy drinks that teens use, this could be dangerous and lead to increasing emergency room visits. I believe that, I see my time's up, but I believe that the long-term costs would be high for the community, maybe even 10 times as high as any revenue that you might collect. Thank you.
Thank you. Becky Grant, followed by Jennifer Yates.
My name is Becky Grant, and I live at 3948 Lee Circle in Wheat Ridge. I have 4 elementary school-aged grandchildren who live in the area as well. I guess I will start with the new owner of the property at 38th and Miller. I am sorry that he had a less than totally competent agent who assisted him in buying the property. If anyone is buying a property to do something as volatile as putting in a marijuana superstore, the contract to purchase should have been contingent on final written approval from the city that he could do with the property what he intended to do with it. It is my understanding that he is now intent on suing the city for the money that he feels he has lost on the purchase of the property. I think there is a very simple solution to that issue. For whatever reason, the 38th Street project did not pass in the last election. The city of Wheat Ridge was willing to spend about $9 million on that project. The city could take a small portion of that money and buy the property at 38th and Miller from its now disgruntled owner. He then would be out no money and seemingly no reason then to sue the city. If the city holds the property while the Kipling project progresses, I feel fairly confident that they would be able to sell it again quickly. My husband and I are real estate agents and would be willing to list and assist in the sale of the property for 0 listing commission. I feel that there are many like-minded realtors in the area that would do the same. The other point I would like to bring up is the money that the city thinks it will get from taxes from marijuana stores. The last tax revenue figures I saw were from July of last year. In that report, the combined revenue from the 5 marijuana stores was just shy of $5,000 for that month. If that figure is accurate, I have a very hard time understanding that there is any economic justification for having any marijuana stores in Wheat Ridge, particularly given the many documented negative and costly impacts on children, families, and our community. I urge you to stand your ground and not allow any more marijuana stores to invade our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. Jennifer?
Mayor, would you ask staff if they could do a water run for us? Mr. Clerk, go get us some water. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Are you dying over there?
I'm dying.
He's dying over here.
It's all right.
It's warm up here. Jennifer, we haven't started your time yet.
I just don't want
Give us your address, please.
Jennifer Yates, 3700 Miller Street. First of all, I do want to thank council and staff for the countless hours that they've spent working with the concerned citizens to manage the marijuana industry in our city. I'm sure that whether there are adverse side effects or not to legalize marijuana sales, some of these issues will be revisited in a year or two. In the meantime, I think it's better to err on the side of caution when it comes to our children and their futures. Unfortunately, credible statistics will be slow in coming. I urge everyone to be mindful of when, where, and where the information comes from and how it's presented. There have been claims that teen use went down, but this information from the Colorado Department of Health was from 2011 to 2013. That was before legalized recreational marijuana went on sale. In a nationwide survey, Colorado was represented by only 1.7% of students surveyed and does not distinguish between states that are legal or not. The marijuana industry also wants to take claim for the best ski season ever for last year. However, they don't mention the record snowfall, which also extended the season, leading to that record season. Reduced traffic fatalities. Marijuana industry thinks that they created that also, but they don't mention the State Patrol's zero tolerance program or all of the work done by federal, state, and other local law enforcements to take care of those fatalities before they happen. I am asking council to vote yes on Council Bill number 20-2015, amending chapters 5, 11, and 26 of the Wheat Ridge Code of Law with the amendment set forth in Exhibit A only. I also have a note on the next one. Shall I mention that now, the next ordinance, or wait? Okay. All right. Again, I want to thank council for all of your hard work.
Thank you, Jennifer. Patricia Lazari, I forgot to ask you to come forward. I don't have an address on you, Patricia. Thank you. And then Clayton Trapp would be next. Clayton, if you would please line up. Thank you.
I'm Patricia Lazari. I live at 4175 Garland Street, Wheat Ridge, and I'm sorry I failed to write my address on the list, but I had other things I was going to say tonight, but now that I've listened to what everyone else has shared, I would have to agree with everyone who has brought forth facts and other things that are pertaining to the whole marijuana situation we're in. So I thank everybody for that. I also wanted to make note that I guess it was about a month ago or two ago, I'm not sure the exact date because I've been really busy since I've been to the last meeting, but I gave every single person on the council an 11-page report from Sam, which is smart about marijuana. I can tell that you guys have done a lot of research. I'm not sure if you got a chance to read those or not, but I hope you did. The facts, the statistics that you keep talking about are in those papers, as well as in the newspapers I've heard, Denver Post and otherwise. It's really important that we take note of that some of the facts or the statistics that have been shared with us by some of the people who are for marijuana or representing the store do not coincide with what we have from scientists and other people that were in that report. I failed to give one to the planning committee. I wish I had. I don't have much time to speak, but I wanted to know, do we have the right to ask you some questions as long as they're respectful?
Not really.
No? Okay, well.
Start a whole debate.
Okay, maybe someone could tell me later. I want to know if we as citizens have the right to draw up a petition to fight this later and try to withdraw or recall the things that have already been done. I want to know if our planning committee is a voted position. So you guys can tell me that since you can't answer my questions. I also would like to know how many steps we need to take to change something that most of the majority here feel is a decision that was not cooperative for our community. I noticed one other thing, and then I'm done, I guess, because my time will be up. A lot of the retail stores that are coming in are not even from Wheat Ridge. And I just, again, want to say that we, the citizens of Wheat Ridge, and I appreciate Lakewood and the other cities have come forth, but we really should be your first priority. We already pay our taxes, and you know, no matter how much you make from this, and it's not just children that are affected. We've already gotten facts from the doctor, and I'm sorry, I can't remember her name, that it affects adults and teenagers as well. And I'm unfortunately a product of that because I grew up in the 60s and 70s, and my brain is not functional, and I used marijuana with my friends for like 2 or 3 years. No, it's functional to a point, but I mean, don't laugh about it, seriously. I could have been a lot smarter, and I think I've said this before.
Patricia,
I am living proof. So there we go. I thank you.
And the answer to your question is that we can discuss it with you after the meeting as to the questions you posed. You can contact me personally or our city manager.
Thank you.
So we
I appreciate
can answer
it.
those questions for you. Clayton Trapp.
Yes, ma'am.
Followed by John, who lives at 27 Rangeview Drive. Clayton.
Madam Mayor, council members, honored staff, lowly citizens.
Clayton, can we get
My
your
name is Clayton Trapp. I live at 4753 Robb Street in the fair city of Wheat Ridge, Colorado. I've been a resident for 5 years, but I actually graduated from Wheat Ridge High School. I'm a transplant from Ohio. I've lived all over the country, and came back here 5 years ago because my wife's parents are ailing. And they live just over the Wheat Ridge boundary at over by Fatima Church, where my mother-in-law taught for 38 years. And we're happy to be back, except for this issue. Now, I wanted to, before I go forward, to ask forgiveness of one of your council members, Mr. DiTullio. You approached me last time I spoke, and I misspoke and I misquoted you. I attributed a quote that I thought was deplorable and added your name to it. I would like to heap all of that vitriol, perhaps, that was there upon another council member, but I'm not going to do that. All I'm going to say is, Mr. DiTullio, you approached me and you corrected something that I had said wrong, and mea culpa. I made a mistake, and it won't be the last. My job, I have a master's degree in environmental planning. I'm a landscape architect by training as a bachelor's. And I had a job many, many years ago where I represented an industry, and I won't say which one, but it looks like this. And I was over 14 western states where my job was to go into weak cities, look for those that did not have a viable telecommunications ordinance. My job was to put in several applications for gigantic cell towers before the cities knew what hit them. Sadly, that is what has happened to you with 38th and Miller. And I see my light is yellow. I'm going to have to hurry this up. There are a lot of things that can go wrong when people prey upon weaker communities. And you're seeing the result of that. You're also seeing the result of a city council that passed this without allowing the citizens to have a voice, where, in fact, one of your former council members profited personally by the marijuana industry coming in. Nobody said a thing. I think that's shameful. You're trying to correct that now, and you have the support of willing citizens such as myself. I am somewhat of a loudmouth from time to time. I'm fairly educated, but I also come from a family of attorneys, so that's a knock against me. You have an ordinance before you which we should not look for perfect and let the good go by. This is a good ordinance. Is it something I would vote for? I would have to say yes, even though I can't stand what it's going for.
Thank you. Thank you. And John, who lives at 27 Rangeview Drive? We don't. John has left. Okay. Fran Langdon? Fran is not here? Oh, there's Fran.
Who's on deck?
There's nobody. Fran is the last one.
She's our last speaker.
Last speaker
That's signed up.
that signed up.
Good evening, Fran Langdon, 3570 Miller Street. And I just came, actually I wasn't going to say anything after I heard the other people speak, but I would just like to thank Mr. DiTullio, Mr. Urban, and Mr. Fitzgerald for saying that they would not pay attention to what the Planning Commission said. If you go back and look at their amendment to change that 1,000-foot buffer, it actually didn't even get seconded for several minutes, and then finally somebody did second it and it ended up getting voted in. I also would like to thank the lawyer who came, the two lawyers who came with the property owner at 38th and Miller, because if nothing else, he brought forth some comments that need to be addressed, not only from their investment, but no one has yet said anything about the fact that there are property owners in Wheat Ridge. There are at least 24 houses on Miller Street between 38th and 35th, equally as many on Miller Court, Moore Street, Nelson, Lee, not to mention all the houses in Cambridge. Those people have also done what this property owner said. They have obeyed city and state laws. They went through very many sacrifices to be able to buy and invest in a home. They chose Wheat Ridge to raise their family. They have children too. They had to sacrifice to make their investment work for them. The difference is these are the people that have been the scout leaders. They've been the PTA presidents. They've been the room mothers. They've been the ones who have volunteered on boards and commissions. They've been the people who years ago voted and worked to incorporate the city when 38th and Miller was a horse pasture. They're the people who have fought for the bond issues, to build our fire department, to build our rec centers, to build our parks. Most importantly, they are the people who have paid their taxes over the years. They have tried to make their investment work also, and they in good faith are the voters. And we need to remember that, and we need to not let their investment go down the tubes when their property values go south because they have a drug dealing marijuana store on their corner. And so I appreciate the fact that you guys have amended a problem that we've set up. I'm glad to see that you're talking about keeping the buffer zones in so that we don't have this problem in the future. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Fran.
Madam Mayor, I'm informed that there may be some people that signed up on the next item that had intended to speak on this item.
Okay.
And as I know, your usual procedure, even after you've gone through all the names on any list, is to ask if there's anyone else, and
Yes.
now would be that time.
Are there other people who feel that this item is more appropriate than the next item to which they signed up? Yes, the co-location? Yeah, because that was also a separate sheet. Right. Yes, you would be. I know you spoke on this one already. But I can keep it just for location. Well, that would be at that.
What we're asking for now is just anyone else that wants to speak about this ordinance.
Yes,
Anybody else that hasn't talked, if you want to talk about this ordinance, now's the time.
All right.
Yes, I thank the council for the.
I need your name and.
My name's Lucas Subota.
Spell the last name, please.
The last name is T-S-U-B-O-T-A. I guess we signed up on the wrong sheet. I just wanted to voice my ardent.
Your address too, please, sir.
My address is 6779 West Arkansas Avenue in Lakewood. I live in Lakewood, but I work in Wheat Ridge at a dispensary, and I just wanted to voice my support for the passing of the ordinances as is. Don't have too much more to add than that.
As written?
Thank you.
As suggested? Okay. Thank you, Lucas.
My name is James Wade. I live at 10277 West 52nd Place. I also work at that dispensary, and I think the ordinance in place are doing a really good job, and we should stick with them and keep going and progressing. And thank you, council, for all the work you guys have done and everything you've allowed us to do, and we just hope we can keep going forward.
Does the clerk need the spelling of your last name?
W-A-D-E.
W-A-D-E?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Christina Aquata. I live at 11395 Bent Haven Drive, and I'm speaking today as both an active member of the community as well as the industry. I'd like to firstly thank council very much for not only allowing the discussion of this particular topic, but as well as the facilitation of communication between both the community and the industry, as well as the open-minded communication. We very much appreciate it. And secondly, I would like to voice my support as well for the passing of the ordinance as written.
And could you spell your last name, please?
Most certainly. A-C-Q-U-A-O-T-T-A.
Thank you.
Very welcome.
Anyone else that wishes to speak on this particular item? Okay, I think we can close the, they're all.
We have one more.
Oh, we have one more.
My name's Ruben Martinez. I live on 4080 Nelson Street. I have just a couple of things that I want to mention after what I heard tonight. I've sent a couple of emails in the past to City Council. I'm sorry I didn't, well, my respects to Mayor and City Council members.
Thank you, Ruben.
I sent a couple of emails, and I think I got one or two responses from the emails that I sent to you. I addressed them to everybody. Are these emails going by the wayside, or are they being read and analyzed? You know, I would appreciate when we send an email just to send an acknowledgement, just saying that you received it, you read it, instead of thinking, did it go by the wayside? Did I waste my time? Issue number one. Issue number two, after hearing everything that I heard tonight, it seems to me like, well, I'm asking city council and city officials not to be intimidated by outsiders. The gentleman that spoke tonight, attorneys, and the gentleman that's intended to have that retail place on 38th and Miller, outsiders. They want a marijuana retail establishment so bad, why don't they put them in Broomfield or Cherry Hills or wherever they came from? Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Ruben. Let me respond. I think all of the city council members, myself, we have every one of those emails as well as letters, and that is some of the basis as well as the public hearing why this agreement has been crafted. So yes, your emails and your commentary are very valuable to us. Okay, I think we can close the public hearing and move on to a motion.
Council and Madam Mayor, if I might just correct a few things or make a few things clear to help you get teed up for motions. The motions begin at the end of the staff report, and there are a bunch of them, as you see. The first one is to approve the ordinance that's in the packet without any amendments. The second is the one that I'm inclined to think you're going to want to pass, which approves the ordinance in the packet with the amendments on Exhibit A. The third does all of that plus the Planning Commission amendment. And the fourth, now we're over on the next page, is postpones the council bill indefinitely. With respect to that Exhibit A, to the extent you make a motion that includes that, I'd appreciate you're saying Exhibit A as corrected, and for the record now I'll correct it so that that's in the record and we don't have to do it another time. In Section 1 of Exhibit A, delete the word retail in the second line and insert medical. In the fourth line after licensed premise, before the words licensed premise, insert the word entire. In Section 4, in the fourth line, before licensed premise, insert the word entire. And those would be the corrections, unless there were others, but I think I picked them up. So that allows you, if you make a motion to approve the council bill with Exhibit A, it can be Exhibit A as corrected. Thanks.
And also Exhibit A excluding the recommendation of the Planning Commission, correct?
Exhibit A doesn't contain the recommendation
So
of
it's
the
just
Planning
as you have
Commission.
written it right here?
That's right. The
With our
recommendation of Planning
corrections.
Commission is separate. It's not in Exhibit A.
With our corrections?
Yeah.
Motion is in order.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to approve Council Bill number 02-2015 with those corrected amendments set forth in Exhibit A. Order it published, and that it shall become effective upon the signature of the mayor with the following condition. 1, at an upcoming city council study session, discuss the 5 conditions presented by Kelly Brooks for consideration as inclusions into the city budget process, staff administrative practices, and city council practices.
Do I have a second to that?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Wooden. I'm sorry, and Ms. Langworthy?
No, it was.
All right, was Ms. Langworthy did the second? Okay, thank you. Do we have any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, we can go ahead and vote.
Wait.
Whoop, did we do something too fast here?
I would like to make an acknowledgement here. A lot of people came up this evening and they did say thank you to the council, and I appreciate that you understand that we really have tried to discuss this and go over it. However, I would like to say thank you to city staff, because this has been an extremely complicated issue. It's like a can of worms, and city staff takes out the worms and try to put them in rows, and then they turn around and all the worms have moved again. And this is an ever-changing issue, and our staff has worked very diligently to try to come back with issues that we have asked them to look into. So I'd like to thank Ken Johnstone, Community Development Director, John Shoemaker, Chief Building Official, Lauren Mikulak, Senior Planner, Kathy Franklin, Business Licensing, Jerry Dahl, City Attorney, Carmen Beery in the City Attorney's Office, Dan Brennan, Chief of Police, Detective Heather Kendall, Commander Dave Pickett, and Commander Mark Cooney. These are the people that have really done a lot of the legwork for our city in coming up with ordinances that work for our city and also work in coordination with the state regulations. So I'd really like to thank them in helping us draft this ordinance.
Thank you, Genevieve. And Mr. DiTullio, you
I
want
just
to
wanted to confirm if this motion passes, the moratorium is lifted. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's correct.
And this includes the 5,000 square feet of grow. So we're all clear on that, right?
That's correct. If it passes, that becomes the rule.
And then it also includes the 1,000-foot limit.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Mr. Starker?
A question for either Mr. Johnstone or Mr. Dahl. We use in the context of the 5,000 square feet. We heard a gentleman speak tonight that was sort of plant area. Is that the way you see it, or would that include the support operations for the cultivation facility, which may include the restrooms necessary, the changing areas, the picking, seeding, shipping, all of? How much does that include?
It's a good question, and I think like with any review of a building permit and plans, it does require some discretion in terms of how we make those determinations. But generally speaking, we would exempt out areas that are common to the tenancy, that are used for purposes such as bathrooms. I'm not as familiar with state law as it pertains to this. There may be some requirements that I'm not aware of that require separate facilities associated with cultivation that are actually contained within the cultivation area. I thought that's maybe what Mr. Dice was saying in some of his language. I think we can work through it in terms of what we define as cultivation. The intent is that it's the area devoted exclusively to cultivation and associated activities. And from a building code perspective, I think we have something in our favor, which is the cultivation is a distinct and different occupancy than the retail. So that's one way that we'll be able to make that distinction when we review a set of building permit plans.
Thank you.
I just want to clarify something for my education. In the zoning code, when something is a P or a permitted use, then that use essentially is an administrative process for review and approval. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
So are we, one question, would we not need to vote on the amendment prior to voting on the main motion? No.
The motion as read includes the Exhibit A amendment.
And that's permitted to do that?
Yes.
In that manner?
Yeah, commonly done. That's commonly done, yeah. Yeah. The 1,000-foot requirement's written into this ordinance that you see in front of you, and if you're not taking the planning commission change, then it just stays in there.
Mr. Dahl, what about these conditions that Mr. Pond just read?
It's part of the motion, but as I heard the motion, that won't become a part of the ordinance. That's a direction to the staff to bring forward items for discussion, which is fine. That was part of his motion, and he can add that to his motion.
So that's just added on to the end of that second choice motion that just has the Exhibit A.
That's what I heard him read.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
That's correct. That's
As a
my
condition.
that's my condition.
Right.
Motion carries 8-0.
Gonna do recess? 5-minute recess?
So are we taking a 5-minute break? reconvening at 9:55.
Well then, I texted Carmen while we're sitting
Okay, this is Council Bill 03-215, and ordinance amending sections 11-305, 11-415, and 11-416 of the Wheat Ridge Code of Laws concerning the co-location of medical marijuana establishments and retail marijuana establishments. At issue, the ordinance was prepared in conjunction with Council Bill 2015, amending the city's existing regulations concerning marijuana-related businesses. As described in the request for City Council action for this ordinance, the city has been operating under a temporary moratorium on marijuana-related businesses since August of 2014. The memorandum was opposed to permit City Council time to study and evaluate. I'm going to go past that. Co-location is the process under which a medical marijuana business may add retail marijuana to its existing business operations, and a retail marijuana business may add medical marijuana to its existing business operations. This ordinance addresses the co-location issue. Under existing code language, a legal non-conforming marijuana business may not obtain a city license to add a co-location facility to its existing premises if the premises is in violation of distance requirements or zone district limitations at the time co-location is desired. I want to mention that this ordinance does not change the size of businesses, does not change anything about the business other than allowing dual licensing of that business. The financial impact is minimal, and this is essentially, you heard a lot about city staff. I want to give a shout out to city staff. We have been going through a very difficult time with marijuana, and staff is reeling, trying to figure out what in the heck we're doing. So in this particular case, people got advice from staff, and then that advice was undermined by actions of council. So this is all about making it fair. We have three shops, and 2 of them do not have co-location. This is about making it fair for them.
Mr. Fitzgerald, perhaps under discussion that you would want to iterate some of that.
Right.
I do believe that.
Open the public hearing.
That I can, yes. First, I need an ordinance number, please.
This is going to be ordinance number 1564.
Thank you. I'm now opening the public hearing with a report from staff.
Thank you, Council. The description of the issue as read by Councilmember Fitzgerald covers really the essence of this. Council had asked for this single issue to be severed off and put in a separate ordinance, which you have in front of you. And it was as described. You're allowed to co-locate, but under what circumstances? If you turn to the ordinance itself, be the second page of the ordinance, that's really where all the action is here. You'll notice the change to Code Section 11-415, that new language. And it basically says that this is all about non-conforming locations, because if you're in a conforming location, sure, you can come in anytime and apply for another license at that location because it's conforming. It's within the spacing, the spacing requirements have been met. As we know, for most of the operations that are presently in the city, they do not meet the spacing requirements that have been established. And so they are non-conforming locations, and they're now legally non-conforming operations. Council is very familiar with that terminology. We use it all the time in zoning, and I know you know what it means. What's being added is what was described, that despite the fact that it's a non-conforming location, if you presently have a legal non-conforming operation of, frankly, any kind, you can co-locate despite the fact of those nonconformities in terms of spacing. In terms of that would mean that if I've got a manufacturer of marijuana-infused products operation that sells to retail but not to medical, I would be able to co-locate a medical I'd be able to basically manufacture for medical as well. The same thing would be true for storefronts. If I have a storefront medical but not a storefront retail, I could, despite the fact that it's a non-conforming location, assuming I met all the other requirements for licensees, et cetera, I'd be able to locate a retail operation at that legal non-conforming medical location. I felt it was important to be able to show the council visually where the operations are now and what they have, and that's the meaning of the map that you have in front of you that Lauren Mikulek prepared, and Kathy Franklin did a really good job, I think, at creating a little index that shows here's what the operation is, here's what they have now, here's what and that will tell you where there's the potential for co-location. On the medical, the potential for co-location is in only one location, and that would be the EBU location, where there is a medical MIP there now, and they would have the opportunity to apply for a retail MIP. On the storefront map, which is the other map, the one with basically more circles on it, there are a couple of places where there are storefronts that only have one side or the other of the house. Down on the bottom of the city at a roughly 26th and Kipling, you have a retail storefront with an associated grow, but not a medical. The opposite is true up above, just straight up at the top of the map, at the top of the city for, I think it's Stainwise, has a medical center storefront only, but not a retail. And this ordinance would allow those operations to co-locate. I told Ken Johnston I'd have him describe the maps, and now I've gone ahead and done it, but did I leave anything out? I'm sorry, Ken. Questions before you take testimony?
Mr. DiTullio?
So I took the liberty of contacting the city attorney today about this, and I think one of the reasons why you get the map, which I appreciate you getting, is I said, is this ordinance for one business only? And originally the comment was, yes, it's for one MIPS, and then the discovery was that there's two storefronts that would also benefit from this location, this co-location ordinance. You know, we had some discussions earlier about, you know, do we pass laws and make changes for one or two businesses, and for example, you know, like electric fences and things. And so I don't know if it makes sense to pass this ordinance for 2 or 3 businesses that are already operating, EBU already. You know, I don't think it's our problem that they filled out their application wrong. I mean, you can blame staff for a lot of things, but I don't think that staff made them not fill out their application right. The other 2 are storefronts, so they can actually sell to the public. The MIPS is doesn't have a storefront, so that's never going to really have an impact because they're selling behind the scenes to their business customers. The storefronts in that situation could generate more traffic and noise and everything in the neighborhoods that they're near, because they go from one to co-locating. They actually could have more business and more detriment to the area. So I'm kind of torn about this ordinance right now. At first I supported it, then when I found out that the storefronts are the ones that could actually impact neighborhoods more because they could actually add another side to their business. So I want to hear more from council and from the public and from the staff, but I'm kind of torn about this ordinance right now because I don't think we have to jump for hoops for anybody that's made a problem or has an error. I don't think staff was the problem for the application in the first place. So I'm kind of holding judgment on that until the motion's made. I may make a motion to indefinitely postpone it, which would actually kill it. I don't know if I have the votes for that or not, but I want to hear from what council has to say, and staff, and then the public. So,
Are there other questions of staff?
I just have a quick question. When we talk about co-location, and I remember this being part, when medical marijuana first came to the city and we had to deal with this, when we have co-locations, it's not simply that they can sell both items on the same shelves. They have to have wall separation, door separations.
That's right.
And if their current property doesn't meet those wall separation and door separations, and even giving them the right to co-locate doesn't change their overall business model, because unless they can have those things, co-location still won't work for them.
That's correct. All those rules continue to apply. The separation between the kinds of retail still apply.
Thank you.
Let me actually add to that question if I could. So, if I understand the question and the answer that says that co-location requires separation of grow, retail point of sale, and entrance functions to these businesses, then and also looking at this map and looking at places that are actually legally non-conforming, and I just want a clarification. My understanding is under the special use provisions that these businesses are now under, alterations, improvements, et cetera, can or would take them out of their non-conforming status.
Right, so to both of the questions, which are good ones, I would just reiterate Jerry's affirmative answer, but yes, essentially they'd have to deal with their existing square footage that they have that's legally non-conforming. They clearly cannot expand that square footage, and they'd have to modify it in such a way that could apply with applicable building codes, but take advantage of the existing footprint that they have and convert that into a co-located space that accommodates both the retail and the medical, or whatever they're lacking. So it's a fairly limited, in a practical way, allotment for them, because it'll be expensive to make those modifications presumably, and have those clear separations, but in the same building footprint.
Right, so extending the envelope of the building, site work, all of these things that
Major site work wouldn't be allowed. It would
as per the regulations that we just passed.
General legally non-conforming
Yeah,
use
right, okay.
regulations.
Ms. Langworthy.
Sorry, one more quick question. So as far as MIPS go, my question was about retail stores, which are very clearly, you have to have a separate way in to buy and a separate way out to buy. For MIPS, there has to be some sort of separation between medical and retail for the MIPS, or do they just get to
It's a good question, and not being as familiar with the state regulations, which are extensive as it pertains to MIPS, and different for medical and retail, like all these regulations are. They make a distinction and regulate in different ways. So I can't speak as well to that. I know that there are different, regulations pertaining to medical infused products versus retail infused products. And I'm sure there are rules that require a manufacturer to clearly be able to account for the production methods for those different products. That said, it may be a little easier in a manufacturing facility, I would think, to accommodate both the medical manufacturer and the retail without having to have two separate facilities, would be my assumption.
I was just trying to clarify, because it's very clear on parts of this, on retail and medical. It's, when you have a storefront, it's very clear what has to happen. But when you're looking at some of these other items, it's less clear. And I guess I would like to know what that is. What do they have to do in order to maintain their separation? Is it just simply that they have to have separate areas, or do they have to have the wall? I guess for me, I don't expect you to have the answer today, that's where I'm kind of thinking on this.
Any other questions of this? Mr. Urban.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This question is for our attorney with respect to, I think it's Part D on Section 2, It's in that section 11-14, co-location of operations. It's that new part D.
Yes, uh-huh.
So when you state here, notwithstanding any provisions of Chapter 26 of this code, to the contrary, including but not limited to sections 26-114 and 26-120, why is it necessary to explicitly pull those out? Why wouldn't you just say, notwithstanding any provisions of Chapter 26 of this code, to the contrary?
Sure, fair enough. 114 is the special use review process, and of course, that is now required for new operations and in the C district. And 26-120 is the non-conforming use code section. So I think it's important. Those are really the two sections that, absent those sections, I mean, those are the two sections that would stand in the way, in a sense, of just any kind of co-location. So those would be the ones we would call out to say, that's all right as long as you've already got a location.
So, and then with respect to the term location, as it is referred to in here, it allows the co-location of establishment at an existing location, but in a sense, it's not that location, it's the location directly adjacent to that location, or it would now become two locations, not just one. So I guess my question is, it's not necessarily that location, that's a retail location if a medical location is looking to co-locate, which then makes two locations next to each other, not that existing location.
Well, Ken can speak to this as well, but let's remember that if it's a non-conforming location already, that you can add this other operation, but it's got to be within that same footprint. So it really is the same location.
Sure, but doesn't the state require that they be separated?
Yes, but it's common to have, same structure, and you put up a demising wall, and you have two entrances. It's still the same building. What Ken was saying, and he can say it probably better than I, but what he was saying was that the operations presently in place, if they were to add retail, if you're only medical now, have really only got that retail footprint building to work with. And to be able to take advantage of this, for lack of a better term, and be able to co-locate without the requirement of a special use permit, they have to work within that building footprint and still satisfy the state requirements for separate entrance and demising wall and whatnot, which may be difficult to do. But all that being said, that's why I think it is appropriate to say at the same location, because it is in fact that same building footprint.
Okay.
Any more? Go ahead, Genevieve.
What is the status of EBU right now? The status of their business?
Right. So they applied for, prior to the change in the ordinance that occurred, I think in July of this year, when it was, the council modified the regulatory environment to make MIPS only permitted in the IE zone district. They're located in a C1 zone district, and they had already submitted, prior to that change in the law, they'd already submitted a business license application. So they were not subject to any of the previous moratoriums. So that's, they had a foot in the door, if you will. They've subsequently applied for a building permit application to convert the space to that more manufacturing use in an existing building that's more commercial in nature. We're still waiting for them to submit the necessary documents that we need to review the technical issues pertaining to construction and the type of operation that they're going to have. So it's still a pending building permit at this point. It's not been issued. So that's the status, is that the medical MIP is in the hopper as a business license, and it's in the hopper as a building permit, but that building permit has not yet been issued.
Okay, and so they were the ones that were wanting the retail MIP,
That's what they expressed at previous public hearings.
and they did not want a storefront?
They cannot have a storefront.
So they're
if you're-
just doing the MIP
Right.
with the medical and the well, they want the retail.
The MIP activity itself has to be very
mean,
distinct from any kind of retail
Right.
sales of the product.
Right, okay.
You are referring to the manufacturer of
Yeah, MIP as in
medical
the
or
kind
retail or
of nomenclature for
recreational,
manufacturing of infused products.
Okay, got it. Not sale of same.
No sales.
All right.
It's a wholesale operation.
Any other questions? That being the case, we do move on to public comment. We're in a public hearing, and so it is time to ask for public comment, and I do have some sign up here. Samantha Walsh. And the next person is Roger Moran.
Sorry. Accident. Sorry. Do I need to state my name and address for the record again?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. My name is Samantha Walsh, 5913 Pierce Street. Thank you. Sorry. Long night. I'm up here to testify in favor of this ordinance passing as drafted. I feel like I can clear up some questions here that were not only brought up in the previous discussion, but also that are being discussed right now, because I have lobbied and consulted on medical and recreational adult use marijuana now for the last 2 years. The issue that Councilwoman Davis brought up earlier about limiting sales to 21 and over could be addressed with passing this co-location issue, because currently a medical store has a constitutional right to sell to people over 18. Because a medical marijuana patient has no age limit restrictions. That's something decided between the medical patient and their doctor. However, if a storefront operation co-locates and services both a medical and an adult use community, they have to, by state law, only serve a 21 and over population. So I feel like that could solve some issues that have been brought up. And secondly, the state does allow for what is called a virtual separation. That's the state law. But if there is a virtual separation, which would exempt a separate entrance and exit, which you would have for a medical and adult use store, then they have to sell only to a 21 and up. But if you require a physical separation under state law, they have to have a separate entrance and exit. So I feel that in order to make things fair and equitable within the city of Wheat Ridge for all the stores and sort of have a conformity of laws, I do believe it makes sense to pass this ordinance. That way, those who choose to opt in to co-locate can, and then they will be servicing only a 21 and over populace, which, you know, could probably alleviate some of the concerns from the community members. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Samantha. Roger. And then Jennifer, if you're ready.
Mayor J, City Council, my name is Roger Moran, and I live at 3550 Miller Court. Council, I request you not approve this ordinance because it will bypass the special use review. I have 4 points. First, medical and retail marijuana are different type businesses. The city has argued that medical marijuana is analogous to a pharmacy in terms of commercial land use. Retail marijuana has no analogous commercial land use that I can think of, or if I'm wrong, someone please tell me. Medical marijuana shops sell products containing cannabinoids associated with medical applications, most notably CBD. Retail marijuana shops sell products containing cannabinoids associated with specific psychotropic effects, most notably THC. Their products are even taxed differently. These are very different type businesses. Second, I could not find actual statistics, and they may not exist yet. Actually, Councilman DiTullio, this is sort of to your point, but I think that user density for medical marijuana is much lower than retail marijuana. This is important because a transition from medical to both medical and retail could trigger questions about increased traffic, parking, and the safety and convenience of persons residing or working in the area. Third, retail marijuana may have a higher risk for blighting an area. It's a matter of public perception. I'll provide 2 circumstantial examples. The first is that marijuana business owners tend to stump the medical services they provide. They're helping people who are hurting, and many view that as beneficial or good. Marijuana businesses do not stump, at least not that I've seen to City Council, their breakthroughs and new and never before experienced highs. That's bad PR, could spawn citizen and neighboring business concerns, and contribute to blighting an area. The other example is that when citizens learned of the pre-app for 38th and Miller, their concerns included decreased property values. This perception of devaluation contributes to the blighting of an area. Fourth, an incoming business could use medical as a pretense for retail. This is a matter of business ethics. This ordinance would create that loophole. Council, please do not approve this ordinance. Marijuana businesses need the specific vetting and public disclosure that special use review provides to protect the public interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. Lucas is next, or no, excuse me, Patricia next after. You're fine, Jennifer.
Jennifer Yates, 3700 Miller Street. I urge council to vote no on Council Bill number 03-2015 concerning the co-location of medical and retail marijuana establishments. I believe that any reasonable business person would have known that they needed to apply for both medical and retail license, and this co-location ordinance allows a business to circumvent proper procedure. Previous to the moratoriums, these businesses had ample opportunity to apply for and receive the additional licenses if they had requested. Chronic therapy seems to do fine with the medical that they sell, even under recreational. As I said, some people don't want to be associated with the retail, so they seem to be doing fine. The Ridge, which only has medical, and under this ordinance would be allowed to have retail, is in an area with the highest crime rate in Wheat Ridge, and I'm not sure we want to add retail to their storefront. And again, it leaves EBU, who did not correctly fill out an application, and they claim they're business people and should have been able to do that. So, and as was said, there's a virtual separation, so these businesses could change to both without special use permit, because my understanding it's a virtual wall. There are no physical changes that have to be done to the building. So, thank you.
Patricia, followed by Lucas. Is Lucas here? I don't think he's here. Patricia, go ahead.
I need to state my name again. Patricia Lazari. I live at 4175 Garland Street, Wheat Ridge. I am actually speaking in behalf of not only that neighborhood, but I am a former resident on 3660 Miller Street. I know the people there. I understand the situation they're dealing with. There are still, those are younger families. They have younger children. Mine are all grown. And it's a very significant concern, because I can speak from a professional point of view in the sense of child development. I have been teaching preschool and special ed for 30 years. 22 of those years have been here in Wheat Ridge.
Patricia, could you speak to co-location?
Yeah, well, that's part of the location, because where children can be seen or being exposed to those things that end up in the parks, they are very vulnerable, they are very impressionable, they don't understand, most children, and even I have a 17-year-old daughter who is actually still very impressionable. If you have a location near a park or a school, then there's going to be other people who are users that they will observe. And the good thing about the medical thing is that it was very monitored. You have to have permission, just like when we have to take our prescriptions. We have to have prescriptions, and they have to be monitored. When you add in the mixture of retail and all that stuff, it changes the whole picture. I appreciate what was just said about their two different industries. Roger brought that up. So, yeah, that's just it. The location is very important. The 1,000 feet away from a park, that should be minimal. I mean, and I know that can't be changed at this point. I get that. But it's important that for these new people who want to start stores, they should have known prior to buying that property that it did not guarantee that they could have a marijuana store. If that happened somewhere, there was a miscommunication in the real estate industry. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucas, followed by Christine Angeletta. Is Lucas here? I think Lucas is left. Christine, is there anybody else here that's signed up? Free. Would your name be John Clark?
My name is John Clark, 4665 Swadley, and I was going to keep it real brief and just reiterate everything that Jennifer said and tell you that I agree with her wholeheartedly and walk away. But I do have just a quick question. I keep hearing the medical versus retail, and I'm not sure I understand the retail, because I thought when we talk about retail, I keep thinking recreational. I think there's a medical and a recreational. If you go in to buy medical marijuana, you're not buying a wholesale, you're buying a retail product. You're paying taxes on it. You're a retail customer of that establishment. As a recreational store or storefront, I think you go in and buy it retail. It's all retail. You know, I think the only wholesalers are the growers, the offsite growers. So I kind of have that, you know, that's my concern is when we say retail versus medical. I don't think it's a retail versus medical. I think it's recreational. So I'll let you guys play with that one and just urge you to vote no. I think I told you I was going to keep it brief. The last 2 hours we've spent in here, I think it signifies that we have plenty of marijuana shops in this city. I mean, Wheat Ridge is not that big. On a good day, I can drive 200 miles in my truck. I can go across the city of Wheat Ridge in 10 minutes. There's 5 stores. If I want retail, I can go here. If I need medical, I can go here. If I want wholesale, I can go here. If I can go recreational, I'll go here. I can get anywhere I need to go. If I want a pizza, I can go here. If I want a Subway, I can go here. We're not that big of a city that we need to have more than 5 stores and everybody has to sell it all. So vote no, please. Thanks.
Thank you, John. I assume there's no one else? Yes, we do have someone else here. Are you signed up? All right, thank you. Give us your information.
Hi, my name is Sandy Bedore, and I am one of the owners of Chronic Therapy at 10030 West 27th Avenue.
That's your store location? Or
That's the store location, yes.
we have where you live?
27767 Richmond Hill Road, Conifer, Colorado.
And where, Conifer?
Conifer, yes.
Thank you.
Yes. We are in favor of the amendment as it is written. Part of our business strategy from the very beginning, of which we do have documentation, is that we were so small that we had to make a decision one way or the other for the costs of having 2 licenses. So we chose to go retail recreational after we had done medical. The businesses are slightly different, but overall it's the exact same plant, it's the exact same trimming, it's the exact same watering, it's the exact same cultivation. You have to maintain a lot more records with medical. We originally had anticipated, and it is in our business plan that is on file, that we would then go back to and bring back medical about a year later so that we could have time to save the money for all the licenses because it's double the cost. It's actually more than double the cost. And we simply were small enough that we couldn't afford to do it. Also, I'm not sure if we would want to do it again anymore because we also had in our original plans to increase our footprint, which we know we cannot do now. And we support everything that happened just an hour ago. So, I just think that it's only fair for businesses to be able to be treated the same across the board. And if you have 2 or 3 storefronts that can do both, and then a couple that can't, I just don't think that that's necessarily fair. Whether we choose to go that route or not, we would certainly like the option. So we would suggest that you vote in favor of this, if nothing else from a purely business perspective. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Sandy. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, I think that means we can close the public hearing and have a motion and then discussion.
Is a motion in order?
Yes, please.
Okay, I move to approve Council Bill 03-215 an ordinance amending sections 11-305, 11-415, and 11-416 of the Wheat Ridge Code of Laws concerning the co-location of medical and retail marijuana establishments, order it published, and that it shall become effective upon the signature of the mayor.
May I have a second?
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. Is there further discussion?
Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion. I move to postpone indefinitely Council Bill number 03-2015, an ordinance amending sections 11-305, 11-415, 11-416 of the Weed Code of Laws concerning the co-location of medical and retail marijuana establishments for the following reasons. One, this ordinance serves the purpose of assisting one MIPS business applicant that incorrectly completed its paperwork submitted to the city. Errors on the applicant's part do not constitute a code amendment on the city's part. And two, members of the community have expressed a concern of allowing two current marijuana storefronts to be co-located, which are near parks, increasing traffic from additional customers near neighborhoods.
Second.
Second? Okay, we have a first and a second on a motion to postpone. Discussion on that motion.
I don't see any value in postponing this. We can vote it up or down tonight. There's no studying to be done. Let's just vote it up or down.
Well, actually, this does kill it. This is a motion to indefinitely postpone, so you would have to start from scratch eventually, and come back with a different plan. Right, Mr. Dahl, motion to indefinitely postpone basically kills it.
Kills the bill, yes.
Okay, I have a question. In the information that was sent out today, it says that this motion can also be used by opponents of a main motion to test whether they have the votes needed to defeat the main motion without risking a direct vote. Is that what you're looking for in this?
Trying to kill the motion. I don't know what you're reading or what you got that from, but I'm trying to kill it.
This is what you sent out.
That's a parliamentary procedure. That's quoted from the parliamentary procedure.
Correct.
Saying that if you do this motion, it kills the main motion. And that's what I'm trying to do.
Well, I tell you, I'm just very, very confused. Back in December, we got an email from you that said when the marijuana co-location ordinance is brought forth to City Council, I would like to sponsor it on first and second. So I was under the impression that you were for this.
And I also said earlier that at first you didn't hear what I said earlier in the meeting. I said I supported it originally, but that based on the fact that EBU was the one MIPS that needed the application and that they had made a mistake and staff was being blamed, and I didn't agree with that. Plus, two storefronts. I was always under the impression that we didn't have any more except for one. But two more storefronts getting an additional license or additional co-location, to me, it's going to generate more traffic in that neighborhood. And that's why I have it in the motion that I just read.
And back in, what is this one, in October, when EBU was upset about this, you're the one they contacted.
They contacted everybody, Ms. Wooden.
It says right here, Councilman DiTullio, they emailed you directly.
They contacted everybody. I wasn't the only one that got contacted. I don't know what you're trying to assume here.
Well, I'm just curious, if we kill the bill now, is there something else? I mean, how does this benefit EBU? What happens to them?
EBU. It benefits the city of Weaverage by not having this in the code.
I mean, I'm not in favor of it, and I never was.
Of what?
Of co-location.
Well, this kills the co-location bill.
Madam Mayor.
Okay, because of the nature of this motion, we can have this sort of a debate.
Yeah,
as I
this
understand.
discussion is pertinent to the motion.
Fine.
Yeah.
Mr. Urban?
I would say that the concept of a postponing indefinitely any bill is something that happens at the State House every single day. This is a normal procedure that would take place to kill a bill. It isn't to postpone it or to kick the can down the road or to otherwise try to revive this discussion anyway. This is to end the discussion on this and to not allow it to be brought up again. That's what postponing indefinitely means in any legislative body. That it's not as though we are trying to postpone or otherwise further this discussion. It's to end it and be done with it, period.
I understand that, and based on the previous discussions we've had, that's why I was confused.
Mr. Fitzgerald?
If we allow this bill to be killed, what we have in effect done, especially considering what we just passed half an hour ago, is we've given 3 locations a monopoly on marijuana in our city. We've already limited to 5, and we're treating 3 now. We're giving them a monopoly, and we're preventing 2 more from competing on an equal basis. And we're preventing EBU, which was given wrong advice, we're forcing them, in essence, to sell only to half of the available customers. And I have to say I'm also confused because you and I had email interchange in which you asked to sponsor the bill. So I am confused by that.
Madam Mayor? Well, first of all, when you put a cap on, which we did about an hour ago, you created a monopoly for everybody. And I've said that since day one, that any kind of cap or limitation is a monopoly. So we have a monopoly whether this passes or not. I think as a right, as a citizen, as a council member, I have the right to change my mind based on information that I acquired from the city attorney today and yesterday, talking to him about who was available. And one of the reasons why you have these maps is because I asked him about this on the phone yesterday and said, what's all going to be affected here? Is it just EBU, as I've been hearing since day one from staff or not staff, but some council members, that EBU was the only issue, or do we have other stores that are going to be affected by this? Mr. Dahl did the research and found out that there was 2 storefronts that also could be affected by this. And I think that's going to generate more traffic in the areas when you add a retail or a medical. So I guess I'm a little upset that I'm trying to do the right thing here and I get accused of some surreptitious move to do something for the future. The motion is the motion. It's motion to kill, to postpone indefinitely. So I stand by my motion, I stand by my comments, I stand by what I said earlier.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Starker, I believe, wants to comment.
I had a question for Mr. Dahl. Mr. Dahl, the main motion would either kill this or let it go through. Is that correct?
The motion is made by Councilmember Fitzgerald would approve the ordinance. So then you had
Either approve or disapprove.
Well, yes, if his motion failed, then that's true. We
Then the
would
motion
not have
then
approved
the motion would die. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
And now, Mr. DiTullio's motion would, if it passes, then the ordinance would be defeated.
That's correct.
So we have sort of is this a belt and suspenders type of arrangements? we would have the opportunity. Excuse me.
Well, if Councilmember Fitzgerald's motion were to fail, someone else could make, I suppose, you could reconsider that at the next meeting, in fact, in this meeting or the next meeting. There's a parliamentary rule that would allow that, and occasionally that's been done here in the city. It's not very often. Usually when things die, they die, and whether it's as a result of Mr. Fitzgerald's motion or Mr. DiTullio's, then that would mean, this is legislation, remember, and the legislature doesn't have to ever be done with a thing. And from session to session, you'll see the same, a new bill on that subject will come back because it's legislation. You can't ever prevent yourselves from ever taking it up again. But Councilmember DiTullio's motion is a much more definite action to say we're done, and a whole new bill would have to be proposed, which is the difference really between his motion passing and Councilmember Fitzgerald's motion failing.
Thank you.
Excuse me, sorry. Madam Mayor.
Yeah, Mr. Urban.
Mr. Dahl, with respect to the postponing indefinitely of this bill, that would eliminate the ability to bring this bill up within the current session of the City Council. What is the current session of the City Council?
That's, I get that question. It's a really good one. If this were the state legislature, you could conceivably see the same bill, later on in the same session, or in the same sitting, I guess, more accurately, of the General Assembly. We've never had to apply that rule here. The best I can tell you is that we have a rule on reconsideration, that something, if defeated, I have to look at my counselors, can't be brought back unless it's reconsidered at the very next meeting, and can't be brought back for, I think, 6 months. That's on balance, I think, the rule that I would say is the right rule to apply here.
Okay.
So if it's defeated, then I think it's a 6-month cooling off period. It's sort of the same or substantially the same matter can't be brought back. That used to happen a lot more often in front of the council. It hasn't happened in about 10 years since we've been in that mode.
Is that clear to everybody? Is that it? Okay, Mr. Pond?
Thank you, and I think it's fine to consider this. I have no problem with it. I guess in looking at the maps, I appreciate were produced, as well as trying to understand this a little bit. Actually, I'm starting to feel as though, kind of coming in line with the state co-location regulations, and obviously the severe restrictions that our current regulations put in place, that combination, I'm actually less concerned than what I've heard in terms of this idea that in some ways this is going to actually add storefront in some additive way that I think would be different than what we just passed, which was this concept that 5 is the max. I get the concept of the argument. However, I'm not swayed by it. Again, I feel like the state regulations attached to the regulations by special use and/or nonconformity that are in place actually are restrictive enough to protect from some of the things that we've heard, which again I'm not taking for granted. The comments that we've heard. So.
Okay, we're still looking at the motion. We have a second on it, so we need to call for the question or ask it. We need a vote on whether to postpone.
I was going to say, don't call for the question because it requires a motion. Just
The pending motion is to postpone indefinitely. If you're done with discussion, you can proceed to voting. It's been moved and seconded.
Okay. So the vote that we're on is whether to postpone, yes or not, which would be no.
Yes,
we
a
kill the
favorable
motion.
vote kills the bill.
All right, so I would please ask the council to vote.
motion carries 5-3 with council members Starker, Fitzgerald, and Pond voting no.
Okay. We've killed it. Item number 4. Okay. Ms. Langworthy?
Thank you, Mayor. Council Bill number 17-2014, an ordinance vacating any interest of the city in a portion of 44th Avenue. An ordinance vacating any interest of the city in certain land adjacent to and potentially a part of the 44th Avenue right-of-way is at issue.
Staff report.
All right. May I have an ordinance number, please, on this one?
And this is ordinance number 1565.
I'm going to open a public meeting.
Public hearing is opened. Public hearing.
Public hearing, thank you.
A quick staff report. Council, you saw this on first reading. It's since that time gone to the Planning Commission, not because it's a Chapter 26 change, but because our code requires that vacation ordinances where the city's considering vacating a part of a public right-of-way get a recommendation from the Planning Commission, which is attached, I think, to the ordinance. As council's aware, the city's housing authority has acquired the Fruitdale School. In that property is, at the moment at least, subject to a contract for sale of that school. There's some issues with it, but it hasn't ended yet, and we're still proceeding as if that purchase is going forward. In the title review by the title company for that transaction, the title company discovered and brought to our attention that there's a disparity in the legal descriptions, which leads them to believe there's some potential claim that the city might have to the southerly 30 feet of that property adjacent to 44th Avenue. When you look at the maps, it's pretty clear that the right-of-way for 44th Avenue that the city relies on today does not include that 30 feet. Otherwise, there would be this jog, and it would go up into the property and down again. And none of the properties on either side does the city have any claim on the north side of the street that would invade those properties. In order to clear title to the to this property and eliminate this cloud on title so that it's not a cloud either for this transaction or any future transaction. It's necessary for the city, and I recommend that the city, if it wants to clear this title, to make the property usable for any purpose, let alone the present sale, that this will eliminate a cloud on title that any title company is going to bring to our attention, whether it's this transaction or another. I personally don't believe that there probably was an interest in the city, but there's enough of a claim based upon the disparity in the legal descriptions that this is the only mechanism the city has really to eliminate that cloud, and that's what this ordinance does.
Questions of Mr. Dahl? Public comment, I do see we have somebody signed up, Mr. Clark. Just one.
John Clark, 4665 Swadley Street, still, provided my wife's still there when I get home. Concerning the Fruitdale School and the 30 feet, I'd really just like to say that I don't know that it's proper for Wheat Ridge to give that 30 feet up quite yet. There was quite an article in the Post on Saturday regarding this school, and being involved in the schools in the past, I kind of followed it for a little while. My oldest actually did a year of preschool over in the other school right behind it. But so I know that the city of Wheat Ridge bought this from Jeffco Schools and put somewhere in the neighborhood of $250,000 invested in a new roof and abated some, I don't know what all they did, but about $250,000. And then somewhere along the lines, Mountain Phoenix decided they wanted to buy it, which is a Jeffco charter school. And the Housing Authority somehow found it in their wisdom to sell it back for $1. Don't know the wisdom of that. I don't know if the current council members and or current Wheat Ridge Housing Authority members that have kids that go to that school abstain themselves from that vote. I don't know because I didn't check. I'm kind of hoping they would, but I'm kind of thinking they didn't. And I don't have anything against Mountain Phoenix. I do have something against the city buying a property and putting $250,000 into it and then selling it for $1. It sounds more like the gentleman that bought the 38th and Miller property. I mean, we all must have the same realtor. But as the 30 feet goes, I think I would hold on to that 30 feet because I think that, according to the article in the Post anyway, I think the city of Wheat Ridge is going to end up with that property. So if you end up with the property, you might as well have the 30 feet. So, and I think that's all I got on that. So I'd urge you to vote no.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
I think we can close. Oh, Mr. DiTullio.
I just had a quick question, Mr. Dahl. Would there be a possibility of amending this that said the property only was vacated if the transaction went through, rather than just giving up the 30 feet now? And
Sure, I should, and it's absolutely up to council. It's a legislative act. In the next minute and a half, somebody will make that special motion. But let me at least answer the question. Yes, you could. I will say that if you vacate, you're sort of vacating not really to yourselves. There's no question you're vacating any claim the city might have, which in my opinion is a really thin, I won't call it a bogus claim on the record, but it's not a, it's a legal description mistake claim. It's not a claim where we really have any kind of deed, but fair enough. And you're vacating it such that an entity that you have a relationship with will end up owning it, but I know you know that. To answer your question, yes, that could be done. What we'd probably need to do would be to place an effective date, a conditional effective date is probably how to do it, on the ordinance to have right now the ordinance effective, I think, upon final action of the council and signature of the mayor. You could change the effective date, which the charter lets you do, to be the earlier of a given date, say, a year out, or the closing, completion of closing of the sale of the adjacent property to the charter school. So that if that didn't happen, and maybe you just say that, it shall be effective only if that closing takes place. And I can mess around with some language and have it ready if you get to that point.
Thank you.
Would you mind taking that motion now?
Take action on the 11 o'clock.
Council rules, for some of you that haven't seen that particular provision, require that for the council meetings have to adjourn by 11 o'clock unless council by a supermajority, so that would be 6 of you votes to continue the meeting. And that motion should either say, let's keep going until we're done with the agenda, let's keep going until we finish the present agenda item, or shall we just adjourn? Those are the 3 doors that the council rules requires you to pick.
Davis, did you want to make that?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I'd like to convene the meeting once we finish this item and item number 9, because we have a group of paramedics that have been hanging out here all evening, and I want to make sure they're spry just in case any of us need to call them. So I'd like to do this item and number 9, please.
I'll second that.
Proper motion?
So we would skip item 5, 6, 7?
Yep. Proper motion?
It's okay?
It has to pass by 6 votes for it to stick.
I understand.
No, I'm sorry. Was the item number 5 the continuance of the, is that what you're referring to? Okay.
I was going to do 4 and 9.
We're going to finish with 4, and we're going to move, and we're going to do number 9.
Yeah, Mr. Tully makes a good point. We've got a scheduled noticed public hearing on item number 5. The intention was that was to have been opened and immediately continued. I'd recommend you add that.
I'd like to add item number 5 as well. Thank you.
All right, so we will skip number 6.
Then I'll resecond that.
If the motion passes, yeah.
Okay. Is that a motion? Is that working
does.
for you over there? Does it need to be repeated? It's already voted.
Oh.
Already voted on it?
I'm working on your thing there that you're doing. Okay, vote.
You'll push the button.
We had a motion come in right in the middle of a public hearing.
This is to go past 11 and finish
Fine,
item
go forward.
4, do 5 and 9.
Right. Okay, let's move on to finish the public hearing.
Zach, vote again.
Zach.
Where are we now?
That motion passes.
All right, we had a consider, we had a motion.
Mr. DiTullio, did you vote on that one? Okay, motion carries 8-0. Oh, and who was your second, Ms. Davis? Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're still on item number 4 then. We've had a public hearing. I've closed the public hearing, right? I've had a motion.
I don't think that we have a substantive motion
No, we don't.
yet.
We don't have a motion yet on this one.
So
Ms. Langworthy, do you want to make your motion?
Thank you. I move to approve Council Bill 17-2014, an ordinance vacating any interest of the city in a portion of 44th Avenue, order it published, and that it take effect upon approval and signature by the mayor as permitted by Section 5.1 of the Charter.
And a second?
Second.
All right, now we can go back to discussion as to,
I'd like to make an amendment that the vacation would only take effect if the property was actually closed upon. Mr. Dahl, does that work?
yeah, I think it should be if the pending sale of the property, the ordinance shall take effect if and only if the pending sale of the property takes place.
That's my motion.
that's your amendment? All right, and do we have a second to that amendment, please?
Second.
Can we vote on the amendment? This is an amendment that the,
So that's the sale of the property to anybody at any time.
No, as listed, it was only if the pending
Oh,
sale
the pending sale.
to this
not-
charter school takes
not the
place.
sale. So the pending sale to
Yeah.
to Phoenix School.
That's right.
are we voting?
Mm-hmm. We already did. Oops, never mind. We are it again.
Urban, you seconded that? Yes. All right, motion, I'm sorry. Fitzgerald in the pond. Motion carries 7-1 with Councilmember Fitzgerald voting no.
Now let's vote on the main motion as amended, please.
Let me clear it. Let me clear it. Let me clear it. All right. Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you. Let's move on to number 5.
Madam Mayor, can we move to number 9, please, first, and then I'll do
We're gonna
5?
do number 9 first. Let's do it. Any problem with that? No. Number 9.
That's yours. Did I throw you off?
Mr. DiTullio, that's yours.
The purpose of the, okay, I'd like to introduce agenda item number 9. At issue, effective on January 1st, 2012, an intergovernmental agreement, IGA, between the City of Wheat Ridge Fire Protection District, and the Rural Metro Ambulance, DBA Pridemark Paramedic Services was approved by the City Council. The purpose of the IGA is to ensure the availability of high-quality emergency ambulance service within the entire corporate limits of the City of Wheat Ridge and the response boundaries of the fire district. The purpose of the requested City Council action tonight is to approve the renewal of the IGA for the calendar year 2015 and to approve a third amendment to the IGA concerning the EMS Response Time Compliance Committee meeting requirements of the IGA.
Do we have any staff report on that item?
Yes, Mayor, just briefly, we have, the city has entered into a IGA with Rural Metro Pridemark Ambulance Services to provide EMS services to the city of Wheat Ridge. One of the requirements of this 5-year IGA is that we bring this back on an annual basis and provide a report to you in regards to the service that has been provided, as well as any recommendations for changes or amendments to the IGA. This group that consists of Pridemark, Rural Metro, and the Wheat Ridge Fire Departments meet on a regular basis. Division Chief Casa, to my left, chairs these EMS monthly meetings, and we ensure that the EMS services are provided by Pridemark meet the standards of that IGA. In looking through their performance this past year, we've, in essence, have found that their performance as an EMS service provider meets the standards of the IGA, and there are 2 suggested changes or amendments to this. And Joe will correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, so stand by for that. But essentially, what we're recommending is one part of the IGA states that any increases in fees that are charged to patients, the city will consider on an annual basis cannot exceed the Denver, Boulder, Greeley medical CPI for that upcoming year. And that for 2015 has been set at 2.9%. Pridemark Rural Metro is requesting a 5% increase, essentially due to the patients' population that they serve is not always able to pay those fees that are associated with that, and for Pridemark Rural Metro to be successful, they're making a request for a 5% increase instead of the 2.9% increase. And we have representatives from Pridemark that can speak to that particular issue. And then secondly, this group has been meeting on a monthly basis and over the years for a variety of reasons. We have a really good working relationship right now, and we're making a recommendation, both the Wheat Ridge Fire Department and Pridemark and the Wheat Ridge PD, that we go from monthly meetings to quarterly meetings or meetings as needed, but on a base level, those meetings will be held at least quarterly. And if that needs to change again, then we're able to change that. Lastly, the Wheat Ridge Fire Protection District has looked at the amendments to this IGA, and in a previous board meeting approved the changes to move forward in their fire protection district. So our request to council, absent any questions, is to move forward and approve this amended IGA for another year, and then we'll do the 2015 review in early 2016 as we've done in the past. Joe, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, I think the report by the chief is accurate. There are representatives from Pride Mark Rural Metro here that would like to make a short presentation to you and answer any questions that you may have.
Please do. Yeah.
Mayor, council members, staff. My name is Chantal Benish. I'm the general manager for Rural Metro Pride Mark.
Could you spell your last name?
Benish. And do you need my address? Okay, 10268 Ulray Street, and that's Commerce City.
No, you don't.
Okay. All right, I'm coming to you this evening. We've requested a 5% increase, and that sounds like a lot. As your ambulance provider in Wheat Ridge, we do have a valid point there with the payer mix, so to speak, is how we talk about it or discuss it. We've got some Medicare, we've got some Medicaid, we've got some non-paying or self-payers in Wheat Ridge, and then we've got people with insurance in Wheat Ridge. We've requested this increase not only based on that, but off of some other things that are going on in the healthcare industry. For instance, I'm sorry, I'm tired. In 2014, healthcare across America began experiencing a mass medication shortage, and we were affected by this. The medication shortage had to do with normal saline and the production of saline. There was a manufacturing accident or a flood in one of their facilities, at which point 1/3 of our saline in the country was lost. And we have not had it since. And the other manufacturers of saline have been attempting to catch up to this. They have not been able to meet demand, therefore they're bringing it in from overseas. We're paying over an 800% increase for saline right now. And we carry it and usually start it on IVs for every patient. And saline is mixed with medications, therefore the medications that are mixed with saline are going up in price as well. We've been absorbing this cost. We've been asking when it's going to stop, when they're going to get their manufacturing facility back online. They're now telling us it's going to be the beginning of next year. So with that being said, we're requesting an increase mainly to help with that cost. And when it comes to ambulance billing, the best way I can describe it is it's 3-tiered. We have a base transport rate, then we have a fee for services or a rate for procedures and supplies, which is where the medications would fall into. And then we also have a mileage rate, so we bill for mileage. We're not asking for an increase in the mileage rate. We did include fuel in part of our letter for this increase, but we're going to withdraw that request for mileage increase because fuel has significantly dropped since I wrote the letter. So I think it would be unfair to ask for that increase. But I am asking for an increase in base rate transport and for the cost of medical supplies, just 5%. What I can tell you is that we have some neighbors, fellow EMS providers in different jurisdictions who are charging near 40% more than what we charge for a base rate and for supplies. And then that's for a non-emergent transport to the hospital. About 37% more than we do for an emergent transport to the hospital. And this is pretty consistent in the metro area. So we are already low. We try to keep it low for the citizens and for our communities, but the 5% increase would help us out a lot. Okay.
Any questions of the speaker? Mr. Starker?
Would we then sort of understand the 5% as a 1 year only, and then next year, or when the saline solution came back online, and we renewed this, we would look at a different rate?
Right. So next year I would ask for, if I even had to come ask, because I may just stick with the CPI, the Consumer Pricing Index, and then we don't really have to come to you. But I'm asking just because of this shortage that we're experiencing right now. It's really been it's been tough to absorb across the board.
Was your question answered? Mr. Fitzgerald?
All the other providers experience the same shortage, so why are you different?
We're different in that we charge less anyways, so the impact is greater. EMS, we have about a 1% profit margin, and when we're impacted by 800% increase in supplies, it's difficult for us to absorb that on a yearly basis or on a basis. The varying costs in the metro area, I ultimately would like to see a tally or a census done on the cost for ambulance providers. It's not been done yet. But they were kind enough to share their information with me to give me their base rates for me to come up with that data.
Other questions? Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. So we need to decide whether we're going to move on this as we have received it or to consider the amendments that are being requested by Chief Brennan.
No, there's a motion in the packet.
It's already.
You have
part of the motion.
a motion to approve the resolution as written, approving the renewal amendments of the IGA. That's how the motion's written. Or you can disapprove it.
Okay. May I have a motion then, please?
I move to approve resolution number 08, 2015, a resolution approving the renewal and amendment of an intergovernmental agreement for ambulance services among the City of Wheat Ridge, the Wheat Ridge Fire Protection District, and rural/metro of Central Colorado, doing business as Pridemark Paramedic Services, LLC.
I need a second. Do I have a second? Second. Second from Ms. Davis. Any other discussion or questions? Please poll the council.
Motion carries 8-0.
Okay, let's go back to item number 7. Thank you.
Item number 5.
5. Did my mouse say 7? I
Yeah,
meant
it
5.
did. Okay, a resolution number 07-2015, a resolution approving a First Amendment to the Wadsworth Boulevard Corridor redevelopment plan to allow for the utilization of tax increment financing.
I am going to open a public hearing. Public hearing, open.
And based off our earlier discussion, Madam Mayor, may I make a motion?
Please.
Thank you. I move, hold on, let me make sure I make the right motion. I move to continue the hearing on resolution number 07-2015, a resolution approving a First Amendment to the Wadsworth Boulevard Corridor redevelopment plan to allow for the utilization of tax increment financing to the regularly scheduled council meeting on February 9th, 2015.
Second.
Thank you. Poll the
Who was-
council. Is there
which one?
discussion?
Starker?
Oh, you know what? We're not taking any public comment, so it doesn't matter. We're good. I thought I needed to clear that, but I do have here someone, I do have a list of people who have signed up for this item, but as stated earlier, we are not doing a public meeting with public comment or application or staff reports. Okay, so now,
Madam Mayor, if I may, there was a paper that I handed to the city clerk earlier that our Urban Renewal Council would like read into the public record,
I
please.
need to read this for the public record. Resolution 07-2015, as stated in the publication, reflects this as the Second Amendment to the Wadsworth Boulevard Corridor Development Plan. I would like to put it into record that the notification was incorrect, and this is the First Amendment to the Wadsworth Corridor Redevelopment Plan. Okay. Now I believe we can vote on it.
Are we discussing that? So the town center project wasn't the First Amendment?
The First Amendment, the records I found show that they were going to add some property on Upham Street. In a separate file was back in 2002, that did not pass. I had assumed it did pass. So that area along Upham Street, there were some residential properties that were not added at that time to it. So that amendment did not go through.
And that would have been in conjunction with the town center project right on Upham Street.
It would have been tied into that urban renewal plan, yes.
I believe we're ready to vote now. Please poll the council.
Motion carries 8-0.
At least I can find it this
As
time.
we decided,
Promise last time.
that is the end of our business meeting for tonight. City manager, acting city manager matters.
No.
It's actually,
We're done.
when you're done with the meeting, you're done with
Oh,
not only
all
the listed ones, but everything else. So you're done.
We're done.
Happy trails.